It's time for a interesting decision, as I have been wont to say quite a bit of late, which is, really, I should just accept the fact that that's just something I'm going to be saying a lot. But this is a game I have played repeatedly to no real success. Why do I think today will be any different? Well, to be blunt, I don't. But I got the urge to try again. So we're gonna try again. It's that simple. This is Dungeon Explorer for the Sega CD. I have played this when I was young. I have played this a few years after. I had played this even a few years ago. And I don't think I've ever got past even the second dungeon. Now I'm gonna roll you the intro, and then we're gonna have a discussion of a couple things from the manual before we get moving. We're gonna keep that date up there because that's gonna be important to something I'm gonna do here in a second. But I want to let this roll for all of you at the beginning here. We finally made it. The Darkling Tower. Somewhere within the dungeons of this tower is imprisoned the goddess of ambition. Whoever rescues the goddess will be granted anything he wishes. Fame, fortune, or even eternal life. Thousands have journeyed into these dungeons to rescue the goddess. But none have yet returned. Once we set foot into this tower, we may never return alive. But there's no turning back. The only way for us to return to our world is to venture into the dungeons of this tower and rescue the goddess. So yeah, that's our job right now, is we are hunting through all of these dungeons to gain access to the main tower to rescue the goddess of ambition. Now, it doesn't matter what I do right here, right now, because we're actually going to be bailing right out of this save in order to show you all something. Well, show you all multiple things, really. So I prepared a little bit ahead of time here to make our life a little bit easier. Now I'm going to pop out with the mage for a moment here first, and he's probably going to be the one I'm actually going to use, but take note of the gold I have down there. Now you may be wondering, how do you have so much gold with no experience? There's a funny thing you can do that's even mentioned in the manual under the hint section, the hints and tips rather, and that is the gold out here on this hill, right here in the middle, Freedom Hill, it respawns. Every time you leave the game and come back, the gold will respawn. I'm not going to abuse that any further than we have here. This is just to expedite our start a little bit, because this game is quite rough. We'll go ahead and save. Exit the tent. Now, I did that like 2 or 3 times, which is why I had this save ready to go. Now, the other thing I wanted to show off is the other reason why I wanted to use this save in particular. And that is so we can have a discussion about all of the various classes in the game. To save you guys from me having to sit there and add them all into this roster here, because you can add as many characters as you want up until this character limit here, which is in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you can have 8 files of character in the same save. And gold is shared between all of them. Experience is not shared. So that's worth keeping in mind. But let's have a quick primer on what all of these adventures are capable of. After I give you a reading from the manual that tells a slightly different story than what we were just told there on the intro. You brave a horrible end based on nothing more than a legend. The ancient yarn. The Darkling was a hideous, powerful creature who ruled the forests from an impregnable tower. He took what he wanted from the humans who dwelled near. If anyone laid eyes on this creature, he was quickly killed. The Darkling's victims were staked out with a generous number of arrows stuck in them, as a warning for others not to approach the tower. But the Darkling feared mankind. Though humans were much weaker than he, the Darkling knew that one day they would challenge him for his rich lands. The Darkling had one enemy who could equal his powers. She was the goddess of ambition. By promising to grant any wish, she could convince any being to do her bidding. So the Darkling captured the goddess and threw her in his tower dungeon to serve solitary eternity. Any who dared retrieve her would be torn apart by the Darkling's forces, and to this day she sits waiting to grant any wish to the one who would free her. Now the facts, according to the manual, no living man has ever laid eyes on her. That she even exists is proved by nothing more than tales handed down by ancients, who themselves have never seen so much as a shadow of this goddess. They talk of her eternal beauty and awesome powers. They talk of her power to grant eternal life to her rescuer. It could all be a silly story. But all know that the terrible Darkling Tower really exists. Any man who wishes to can journey to see it from a distance. Whether the monster himself breathes there, no one alive knows. But every year, for many years, adventurers have vanished into the realm of the tower, never to be seen again. Now and then a body will be found stuck on a pole in the forest, but no one can tell who it was. But adventurers keep arriving. They ask questions about the tower in Jojo's Tavern. They brag about past conquests. They promise to spread the wealth after they've freed the goddess. They hoist one last ale and march toward the Darkling Tower and vanish forever. So yeah, sounds like we're in a great position here, doesn't it? Just a wonderful situation all around. Absolutely flawless plan. We go rescue the goddess, and we're totally gonna be set for life. Yeah. Now, let's go ahead and rattle off the basic statistics of all of our glorious adventurers here. First, we have the Knight. 65 health, as you see on the screen there, 2 attack, 1 intelligence, 2 defense, 2 agility, and his special ability is Triple Slash, where he gets a tri-shot temporarily. Next we have... The list is actually not in the same order they're in the game either. The Ninja. His weapon is the throwing star, as one would expect. His special ability is he turns invisible and attacks in front and behind himself. 30 life, as you see on screen, 1 attack, 2 intelligence, 1 defense, 4 agility. Then it goes back over here to the Monk, whose weapon is the Battle Stick, and he summons a cloud to protect himself against close combat attackers. 40 life, like you see on screen, 1 attack, 2 intelligence, 1 defense, 3 agility. So very similar to the Ninja, except slightly more health, slightly less agility. And then the Elf. Arrows, as one would expect, an air shield that protects again, that is attack proof according to the manual, 30 life, 1 attack, 2 intelligence, 1 defense, 4 agility, just like the Ninja. And then we have the Mage. It's all the way over here. I put the Mage out of order because that was the first one I chose when I was testing things, so that one's on me. Who has the Fighting Staff and the spell Firestorm. Burns all attackers on screen. 30 life, which is not accurate to the game. He actually has 65 for some reason. I presume it's an error, but it's an error that may get used in our favor. 1 attack, 2 intelligence, 1 defense, 4 agility. You notice the theme with the agility where a lot of the characters have 4 agility. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like that stat doesn't really matter that much or something. And then last, but by no means least, we have the Beast. One of the ones I believe I'd used the most, other than the Ninja, back when I had tried this out more and more. 80 hit points, more than anyone else has. The Freezing Howl, which slows enemies while your axe doubles. 2 attack starting, so the highest starting attack out of the pool, matched only by the Knight. 1 intelligence, 2 defense, and 1 agility. So very slow, but very durable. Slower than the Knight, but has more hit points, basically. Now, they all cap out at different stat values as well when you get to their best equipment. And interestingly enough, when I was looking through, it was actually the Monk who ended up with the most well-rounded stats. He had, I believe it was 19 attack, 20 defense, and 20 intelligence after gear. Which I'm only mentioning because I found it interesting. Because we'll be discussing gear here in a moment. Which will be why I spent the time grabbing extra gold. But I settled on the Mage for a couple reasons. One, I think he'll be more interesting, because he's not the best option statistically. Though he does have solid speed. He does have a weirdly unfair advantage in that he starts with the same amount of health as the Knight. And I really think that that's just a glitch that happened. I don't really know why that wouldn't match the manual. But his fire spell will also be quite useful to us. Now, all characters are functionally identical in a lot of cases, because they all have just a single projectile ranged attack that they start with. So, nothing really to worry about there. You can fire in all 8 directions. If I press B while I have any of those blue dots in the upper right there, I would cast my spell. We won't be doing that. You can carry 4 items on you at a time, some of which are consumable. In fact, I believe all of them are consumable. Some of them give you permanent benefits, some of them give you temporary benefits. But if we come over here to the scrawled on weapon sign, we will see the shop, where you can see your stat line, and you can even cycle all the way up to your maximum possible gear. Just bear in mind, you will have to pay for it. Now, you'll notice I can buy my silver rings my gold rings, rather. We're not going to actually be doing that. I did not give myself this gold in order to buy the intelligence boost straight away. I did that to help work our way towards either an attack or defense increase sooner rather than later, because those will matter more to us in the immediate. And then we can get the gold for the gold rings in due time. Let me tell you what the statistics actually mean. Because it's slightly funny on one of them, and you'll understand which one immediately. So, attack. This rates how much damage an explorer inflicts on the enemy with each attack. Yeah, that makes sense. Intelligence. Smart explorers cast longer-lasting spells. Now, that's the one I laugh at, because it's just phrased in a way that makes me laugh, because it just sounds silly, saying smart explorers cast longer-lasting spells, when you compare it to the rest of these sentences. Is defense. An explorer with a high defense rating withstands each monster attack with less damage. And then you alternate once again with agility. Agile explorers move faster. Like, it's just interesting how they alternate the way they write these sentences. And of course, life is the maximum life number for an explorer based on combat experience. It is a measure of stamina. This number is low for all new explorers until they gain combat experience. Because that's the main thing you'll gain with levels, is health. So levels will matter. Now, I'm going to be only really keeping the manual up after this for specific power-ups, is some of them are not obvious what they do right off the top. in particular the amulets, is trying to figure them out just on the go without that information was quite the ride, and I've done my due diligence on that in the past, so we're not doing that again. So amulets. Fast amulet. You don't need food. You might think that makes you move faster, but no, it's actually an amulet of fasting. You won't get hungry, and food matters quite a lot. Holy amulet. Protects you from poison. Active amulet. That's what would be the one that makes you faster. Luxury amulet. Slowly restores life level. Cursed amulet. Poison. As it starts just choking you. And then you have the gloves. The hard gloves raises defense. Mind glove increases intelligence. Power glove increases attack. Those are all obvious. It's just the amulets that I'm going to keep the manual there as a reminder in case I need it. Hey, stupid, the fast amulet doesn't make you faster. So yeah, that brings you all up to date on everything I had done for this. Now, our stat sheet over there on the right is pretty self-explanatory, but in case people need the information, at the top, you got keys. You use them to open locks. Then you've got the magic power that I was talking about that lets you use what the manual refers to as your body force. Yes, that is actually what it's called. That's what every character's unique spell is called. Then you have 1,000 food. Once that runs out, you start taking damage. Don't start starving, it doesn't help. Your life force currently is the one with the white text, and your life force maximum is the orange text. Then you have experience, which is currently 0, and next is what you need for the level that you'll be gaining. So that the next number will continue to go down as the experience goes up. It's an interesting way to write it out. And then you have what condition you're in, which will be good most of the time. There's a few status elements we can end up getting, but it'll predominantly be turning into peril, which is the, hey, you're gonna die sign. Whenever your health gets low, you go into peril state. And there you go, you now know everything. We'll open those chests in a second. I just want to show you guys something kind of funny before we actually get going. We can just go up here. We can just go right into the Darkling Tower. But there's horrifying, powerful monsters just chilling right there in that doorway. Don't go that way. The game will give you 4 body force charges right off the start. Right off the rip, you get 4 charges of your spell. Now, as you might imagine, in actual multiplayer, you will be dividing those up amongst the 4 potential players. If you have a multi-tap. 2 if you don't. So yeah, that brings you up to speed. Now, each of these bridges leads to a dungeon, of which, as we were told, there are 6 of them. There's also these 2 wooded sections that lead to 2 dungeons as well. So there's 4 bridges and 2 wood sections. Now, I, through experience and memory, know which way to go first. If you don't, you're going to be in for some surprises. So let's give you all a demonstration of the kind of surprise you could end up dealing with, shall we? Let's go this way. Take note of how many hits these things are taking. And the fact that they're still only giving you 1 experience, and they're shredding me when they make contact, and they poisoned me. Now, if we run back up here, you heal back to full and cure all statuses, so that's why I wasn't too worried about doing that. Now, you may have realized as well that there's a positive side to being poisoned. You go really fast. So, you know, balances. Over here, you have bird people. They're not actually that terrible. There is one thing that they do that we'll get into later when we're actually dealing with them. Now, I'm purposely skipping this one because this is the one you're supposed to go to as far as we ever figured out between the various people trying to get through this. These guys are really strong, as you can see. You don't want to be dealing with them. 1 touch took off 8 life, which isn't too crazy, but they're really durable. Then you got these guys that take off about as much and are fairly strong. And then last but not least, we have over here where there's green slimes. This is actually, I believe, the other one that's viable as your first choice. Because I believe there's two actual viable starting points. This one and the one we'll be going to. Because even the manual describes these places, and I will describe them to you thusly. So, the Samurai Dungeon. Don't be fooled by the artful beauty of this place. If the swordsman or fire don't get you, the confusing passages will. Ice. A storm of snowflakes cuts away at your life force. Icicle traps fill the icy maze passages. Medieval fortress. An endless army of skeletons haunts the passageways here. An inexperienced explorer may have a fighting chance. Watch out for a stampede. Ocean. Just a trip through the forest will destroy all but the strongest. Battle across bridges and learn to like gigantic sea monsters. Mountain. Killer birds and rodents haunt the path to this high country nightmare. Hordes of blue grim reapers slash away in these maniac mazes. The desert. Scorpions rule the sandstone walls of this dungeon. The weak of heart can conquer here, if they're smart. And then, finally, the Goddess Monument. The final dungeon assault takes place here. You can travel north anytime and attack the guard, but until you master the southern dungeons, there's no way in. So there you go. That's all the dungeons and all the information we have starting our adventure. Now, I am willing to assume that behind the green slimes over here on the right is the medieval fortress. Over on that bridge there. We're gonna go ahead and go to the desert first, because that's the area I know. That's the area I have always gone to first. Now, we should be able to get through here reasonably fine. Now, you can tell that this place is meant to be a little bit easier, because these guys die in one hit, whereas the green slimes take a few hits. And every area has a set of spawners in it, from which all of your enemies will be spawning. You can treat this kind of like Gauntlet in a lot of ways. But once we clear the spawners out of this area here, you'll hear that chime. And now we don't have to worry about this area at all. This area stays cleared. The dungeons do not stay cleared, but if you look, I can leave here, and when I walk back in, the spawners don't come back. This area is now safe. Doesn't really much matter, other than you can't just endlessly farm here for experience unless you leave the spawners intact. And you'll always get little intro segments like these for each of the dungeons. And it'll actually keep going until I press a button. But now, we're in the desert dungeon, where the scorpions rule, and many other awful things dwell. Choke points are going to be our best friend, so we're going to obviously be using them to our advantage. Now, our other great advantage is our magic spell we were talking about before. Perish in flames, monsters. You don't have to be reachable for me to burn you. And that's why I picked the mage. Because there's a lot of tricks you can do like that to get some free experience without having to put yourself at risk. And it'll be a good way of clearing things without having to open the door, if it comes down to it. We'll discuss what that is here in a second. That is a heal potion. That'll restore my life. It's actually a fairly big one, too, so we're probably going to save that for if I'm ever actually in serious danger. But you'll notice we don't get a lot of gold from these chests. This is why I went ahead and gave myself a bunch of gold by going in and out of the entry area repeatedly. Because otherwise we'd be waiting for a long time to be able to afford anything. And I would like to be able to give myself some edge, because, like I said, this game is difficult. It may not seem so right now, but that's because the kid gloves are still on. Give it a floor or two, and the kid gloves are going to come off in a grand way. As you might imagine, all of these little arrows that go up and down are your various traversals between floors. And if you think all these places are built to be mazes, good news, you'd be right. You can tell where you are in the floors by the color of the area. Like, now we're in a darker spot, so you might be able to tell that we are on a very different floor than we were before. And now we're back on the floor we were on. Specifically, the floor we'd used as a transition point. And now we're back on the original floor. Now, it's important to note that, like I said, these dungeons reset, including when you go up and down floors. Money. Now, there's a positive side to the resetting. Well, technically two positive sides to it. Because not only can you just generally grind materials... Oh yeah, some chests have traps, by the way. Don't get touched by those projectiles or bad things happen to you. And it's a variety of bad things. Basically, any status ailment, I believe, can happen to you from those. Now, to my memory, I don't think the chests you get from the spawners can have traps. I believe it's only the chests that are just laying around that will be trapped. Or can be trapped, rather. So we almost have enough for armor, and more than likely that's actually going to be what I invest in first, is armor, in a wild turn of events for me. Because we do just have such a finite life pool. And one defense. Oh yeah, that's a fun thing you can do, by the way. They'll get stuck on any object, so even like the gold pile will stop enemies in their tracks. Now, those keys are important. Like, very important. Now, there's a fun thing about them, though. Remember how I said that floors reset when you leave them and come back? Those keys will respawn. You can have as many of those keys as you want. They're just free. They're just sitting right there for the taking. Made myself our 4th level. Now, take note that the stationary chest that was up there, right above where I'm standing now, did not respawn. Not everything will come back. Only monster spawners, keys, and I think that's it. I think monster spawners, monsters, and keys are all that'll respawn when the dungeon resets, unless you leave the dungeon entirely. Now, obviously, these locks right here are what you use keys for. But since I've been, like, yammering away and wasting time and food, we're gonna go ahead and head out of here and get our food restored first. We're slightly shy on being able to afford the armor, so I probably should have stayed in there just a touch longer. But I'm going to be cautious about my food supply for the time being, because we have no means of restoring it unless we find a couple specific, like, usable items. Or, like I said, we come back here. We'll go ahead and save the game as well. It's very important to remember to save, because that tent is your only way to save. If that I'm aware of. And take note of the fact that we've gone up 4 levels. None of our statistics down there at our stat line have changed. This is why I say gear is important, because all we're gaining from levels, like I was talking about before, is max health. Which is important. Max health is very important. But you cannot gain power without gaining gear. We are 1 gold short. God damn it, game. We are quickly gonna go buy the armor before I proceed any further. Notice also that the keys I collected disappeared. When you leave a dungeon, the keys vanish. So you can't go collect a bunch of keys in an easier dungeon and come back to a harder dungeon with them. No tricky nonsense like that. And when I go buy the armor, I'll also read off the hint list that I was talking about that the manual has, to explain what I was talking about before about the manual telling you about the respawning gold on the hill. But behold, Armored Wizard. And this icon up here turns into order instead of just leave. But our sprite, unfortunately, doesn't really change. But we now have 3 defense instead of 1. Now, before I go running all over, though, let's talk about those hints. Exploration tips. Save often. Be sure to collect body force power-ups in the Gardens of Destiny and gold on Freedom Hill whenever you begin the game. Low on gold? Run to Freedom Hill and take the gold. Now save data and quit the game. Restart and head back to the hill for more gold. Repeat as needed or until extreme boredom sets in. It's that last part that made me want to share that with everybody, because I love the fact that they were very particular about saying repeat as needed or until you get bored. Share the wealth. Gold earned by one explorer can be spent by another in the weapons shop. Just switch explorers and JoJo's and go shopping. Get everything you can out of a dungeon before you defeat the dungeon boss. You cannot return to the dungeon after it has fallen. That's another neat trick, is... say I get like 1,000 gold on this mage here. I can then spend that 1,000 gold on any of my other characters on that file. So if you like have basically beaten the game with a character, you could probably just fund any other class you want and make the game way easier with all future characters. Which is a good and a bad. I don't know entirely how I feel about that as a concept, but it's a design that they have, so that's what they've done. So now let's actually go into that dungeon properly with our increased defense and just go see about making some headway. And you'll actually get to see the desert dungeon properly now. Now that we are the Armored Wizard, instead of the flimsy little bitch wizard. Now don't get me wrong, I didn't super need the defense. But with me being distracted streaming, I feel like defense is going to be more important than it would otherwise be. Because if I were like fully on top of my game and paying perfect attention to everything I'm doing, I probably would have went for attack. Because I would be able to juke, jive, dodge, and attack properly. And like really be able to make headway using the increased attack. Go ahead and go get those keys again, because we're going to need them. Set off the trap. Now, all those chests have a chance to give me the magic spell charges as well, instead of giving me money at every turn. We've just been getting lots of money. That's concerning. Just took a look at my bitrate and realized, even though it says it's excellent, it's down to 1,500 instead of the more like 5,000 it's supposed to be at. Hopefully that's not a sign of anything being wrong. So it may be the sand particles in this place pissing the bitrate off. I don't think so, though. Okay, yeah, this just loops around. Get used to them pulling funny jokes like that on you, by the way, because this game loves to do that. Now, it's a good thing in some ways because it allows us to easily reset that floor in order to grind if we wanted to. That's not what we're doing right now. I've already demonstrated how you can benefit very heavily and freely. So our goal right now is to try to make some progress. Oh, we've been slowed. I suppose an easy way to test the bitrate thing is if I pause the game and the particles all stop moving, the bitrate should go back up if it is because of the animation happening on screen. Now it's just staying there. Did I drop any frames? No. But OBS is definitely just sending a really low bitrate. Something break? Yeah, no, it is still set properly. Very strange. But hopefully it's fine and watchable. Now you'll notice we have green scorpions here. They are a bit more durable, and they do definitely hit harder. There's another key. As you can see, we have places to use those keys down here. Yeah, there's no way back. Other than just going right back up the way we went. This is another perfect example of a spot I can use my magic, though. Except for the fact that it wasted it all on the other guys. Oh yeah, they poison you. That's the other thing about the green ones. Right. Well, that's fine. Poison doesn't last that long, as you can see. But you may have noticed, poison doesn't work how you think it would. Poison doesn't drain your health. It actually makes you get hungry faster. Which in its own way will drain your life, because, like I said before, once your food runs out, your health starts draining. So, actually much meaner and more clever than you might think. Now, when we go up there, you'll notice we were able to go further down. We can also go further down over here. But I think I'm gonna try to clear this whole floor out if I can. Oh no, because I didn't get the other key. I needed to go down in order to get that key to be able to go over here. And I've done everything on the floor. Never mind. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one. Now, from what I recall, you do have to actually find the right path to get to the boss fight of this dungeon. And that's gonna involve keys and fighting and all that, as you might expect. Now, one of your greatest advantages in this game is going to be that the AI of the monsters isn't that good. They're not that smart. Get used to things like that as well. Oh yeah. Whenever you find a good item, they get real excited. It's one of my favorite things. So we got a food potion and an active amulet. We can go faster and we can fill our food bar up. There we go. This takes us to where that key section was anyway. Which is why I went down the whole there, because I was pretty sure it led back to this. Now, I don't think there's any room. Well, no, because there's gonna be chests over here. Because this should be a mirror of the other side, which means there's gonna be a set of 4 chests here for us to collect from as well. The amount of food we're draining isn't gonna be a big issue because we have a food potion. We're not getting that many hits at the spawner because of the amount of enemies there are, but we'll get through it eventually. Eventually we will make this work. There it goes. That allows us to break through to go up here to target the other one. There we go. Oh yeah. Back up so that the scorpions get pincered into here. Not pincered, pinched was probably more what I wanted. The camp pot. Camp pots are very, very good. Probably one of the single most useful things you could get. And we got a small food potion that immediately took action to give us some food. Now I'm gonna go ahead and demonstrate the camp pot since we are missing some health as well. It just makes a big old camp. And it will heal you to full and restore... I don't think it's all... Yeah, it's not all of your food as you see there, but a lot of it. Hence why camp pots are really good. Because it gives you quite literally a camp to rest at. Now, since we don't have 2 keys, we don't actually want to go this way, other than killing this spawner. Because if we go this way, we open that, and then we have to go all the way back around to go get another key. So there's no point in doing that. That's just a detriment. We are far better off turning around and going this way. Especially since we can just fetch another key from here. Go up to level 7. And then we'll go up the way we had looked before. Without worrying about dealing with the wind spawner. We'll deal with this on the way because it's on our path, but we won't worry about the winds. With 2 keys in hand, I'm much more comfortable going down this way. So I seem to recall there's at least one section where you do actually want to have a couple keys ahead of time, otherwise that section is misery. Yep, poisoned again. Ah, damn it. Now, there is actually a strategy to purposely letting yourself get poisoned so you can go super speed. I don't really think we'd want to engage in that idea right now, though. I don't know the layout of these places well enough to utilize it properly. There we go, now the bitrate's climbing. I think the internet may have just had, like, a moment. So, sorry about that if there was any actual harm from that. Even now, it's not up to where it's supposed to be, but it's a lot closer. Nope, I can't quite reach it. My best play is gonna be, like, attacking diagonally from here. Just so more of them stay stuck up there. There you go. That's a lot of wind. Burn. Because while the tornadoes aren't that strong, that many of them would have taken a while to cook through. So I'm like, nah, let's just blast them. Use the power of magic. Since we have it. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one. Yeah, I made the right choice. The side with the red scorpions would be much worse for us right now. I do think we have to go the red scorpion way, but we can go this way first. We can get a little bit stronger before we deal with the red scorpions. Not to mention getting another key. Note the fact that these red scorpions even survive the fire for a little bit. This is why they're dangerous. They're faster, they hit harder, and they're more durable. Taking off 4 hit points each with the armor I have on. So you can imagine why I wanted the armor. Because it takes a very sudden shift there. Or towards very dangerous. Okay. Just quickly double checking on audio things. Everything. Now, I believe the idea is you're trying to head more and more toward the center of this place. And the more you go vertically, once you're in the center, is where you're trying to get to. And you'll be able to tell you're on the right track by finding more and more stronger enemies. So, like, seeing these red scorpions is a good sign. So not specifically those, because you'll notice we've gone in a loop. These are the red scorpions I avoided before. We actually, I think, want to be over there where those red scorpions are, at least at some point. Did we come from this staircase here, or did we come from up here? I actually already don't remember. It's a good thing I have extra keys. Yeah, we're starting to actually get pretty badly hurt here because of the red scorpions. I don't have any healing. Uh-oh. That's actually a very big uh-oh, because we're also low on food. I have gotten a little too greedy for my own good, potentially, here. So we might actually die. That green portal you just saw, by the way, is where we were trying to get to. We were so close, but I don't dare go fight the boss right now. We will lose, like, immediately. I don't know if I have enough food to get out of here. But we're gonna have to make a play for getting out of here. The way I wanted to go? No. No, I wanted to go up here past these red scorpions. And we're dead, because the food's about to kill us. And there you go. There's your game over screen. So, now you know why I've had so much trouble getting through this. Because the food meter will creep up on you pretty well. And this is back before we even entered the dungeon at all. Because I didn't save, because I'm a fool. But that was also partially so I could change my mind, if I wanted to. As far as our first purchase goes. And I think I will. I'm gonna be disregarding that gold that, well, no, we did die. So I will take the gold. I will not be purposely resetting, but on death, I will take the gold. We'll go that route. So I think what our first purchase is going to actually instead be is the weapon. Because I kind of assumed that defense was going to allow me to get past those red scorpions with less issues. Turns out that was wrong. Because the idea was to be better able to endure their attacks when I invariably got myself into a position where they'd be able to attack me. Turns out that logic was flawed. Which that shouldn't really be too much of a shock to anybody. The logic I'm going to be trying now is higher attack to be able to move through faster, which is the logic I always operated under. Is the faster you clear the enemies, the less you need to worry about food. Is you're spending less time in the dungeon. But one way or the other, I do think we may have to make a couple trips in and out of the dungeon before we can finish this dungeon. If I knew the way a lot better, I could probably get to the boss right now, as I am. And I might even be able to win, as I am. But as it stands right now with how I'm playing, we're gonna go ahead and hedge bets a little bit. Oh, they can actually give food pots. So I just got unlucky, I guess. That must have been why I was committed to trying to open those then. The only problem is trying to get enough gold this way is going to be slow. Because if you think about it, if most of these chests are giving me 10 gold each and I need 400, that's 40 chests. This is why I wasn't prioritizing the weapon first, because the weapon's the most expensive. So I was operating under the logic of, like, okay, get the items you can earlier, in the hopes that the earlier items helps. Which I seem to recall that everybody's gear costs a different amount, too, for their various parts. Like, I believe armor is more expensive on somebody like the ninja, whereas their weapon is cheaper. I might be talking out of my ass on that one, though. I did just look at everybody's stat lines and everything not that long ago, but that doesn't mean I remembered. Just means I tell myself that I remembered. It wouldn't be the first time my memories lied to me. Okay, the bitrate's just being weird and unstable now, because now it's saying 10,000, which is also not supposed to be possible. It's capped at 5,000, or at least it's supposed to be running at 5,000, so something's gone wacky. Yeah, no, I think Twitch might just be reporting wacky info. Because OBS still says 1600. So I have no idea what the fuck Twitch is talking about. Unless, not worrying about it. Worrying about it's not going to help anything. Segments like this, though, are exactly why I was on the fence about ever covering this game in depth, like trying to actually beat it or anything. Is there are just going to be points like this where I'm probably going to have to just sit here and do the same thing over and over in order to get levels and gear in order to be able to do the thing. This is just the way this game works. And I'm sure if you know everything about what you're getting into and you know strategies for every boss and everything, you probably can do it much, much shorter. But for all that I played this extensively here and there, the last time was a decent bit of time ago, for one, and for two, like I had said before, never beat it. Never was particularly successful. So all of the time I spent taught me a few things, but never taught me anything significant enough to use. My intent is to let my food keep draining and try to get to 1,400 gold before we leave. The food draining is not a benefit of that scenario in the slightest. But it's an expected part of doing this task here, really. On the bright side, at least the music in this game has always been so good. Like, this is music that I hear in my head occasionally. You just kind of randomly. Now there's level 7 once again. Unfortunately, I think we aren't gonna quite reach the 1,400 I was aiming for. Because I dawdled around a little too much and I took too much damage. His damage, I believe, also reduces your food meter, or more aggressively. But you know, that's helpful, isn't it? Now, arguably, the more profitable play would probably have been to run down to where those 2 rooms with the 4 chests each are in them, and like run in and out of the dungeon, running to those specifically. But I don't know if we're really up to that quite. Especially since there's a chance I'll take a wrong turn like I did when we just died a little bit ago. Because I fully would claim that I got lost on the way back out, and that's why we died. I think it was doable for me to have recovered there. Because I think I shied away from the correct exit because of the fact I knew there were red scorpions near that exit. So I tried to go around to the other exit instead. And that's what led to all of that going wrong. Oh, we're gonna be so close to the amount I need, but not quite. Oh, that's tragic. But I don't want to just die again, so I don't have much of a choice but to bail out after I break this spawner. Because we need to have enough food to make it back to the camp. And I gotta get past these guys still. So they're not much of an issue, but they are a delay. Okay, I could have cut the food a little bit closer. Not a lot of bit closer, though. You gotta remember to wait for the food to come back up. If you leave too soon, you are going to not have full food, and it's going to suck. And remember, you have to actually, like, fully exit the game for this gold over here to come back. Going in and out of that tent doesn't do anything for you. Okay, it seems like the bitrate's normalizing a bit now. Hopefully it'll stay more normalized and stop freaking me out. Note once again that all of our keys have disappeared. We're only gonna stay in long enough on this trip, though, to get the amount we need to get the weapon. And then we'll make an actual go of it again. And I think I'll commit the choice of getting the weapon. Because the amount of levels we're gaining here, I don't really want to waste them again. There were 6. Come on. Come on. There we go. 1408. Let's go get us a better weapon. Having been in here for like an hour already. Appreciate it, Luna Blazer. So far, everything's going well over here. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Grab us a new weapon. Right back in there. From the heat staff to the burn staff. I did not commit to the purchase because I've pressed the wrong button. Well done. There we go. I forgot to press C one more time on there. We'll see. Only time can answer that question. You'll notice our projectiles changed. We now have a blue orb instead of a yellow orb. And with our attack having tripled, we should be able to clear basically all of the enemies, aside from red scorpions, I think in one hit. Oh yeah, there's also projectile piercing of sorts. I forgot all about that. Because it behaves a little bit weird. Oh yeah, we'll also be able to clear spawners way faster, because obviously it'll take a third of the hits to destroy the spawners. Well, roughly a third. It's not literally a third, since mathematics. Okay. You're not listening. Goodbye. Pretty sure they're a bot, or at the very least somebody who doesn't understand any kind of social cue, and I'm not really gonna deal with it right now. I'm also not really sure why Discord got censored there. I feel like that's them trying to get around text parsing. Because I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of people have Discord as a blocked message because of bots spamming Discords. So that's designed to do that. And if that is a real person, they're more than welcome to make an unban request and explain themselves. But that just screams too many bot flags to me for me to deal with that today. I think it's one of those things where it's like, am I potentially scaring off new viewers? Yeah, maybe. But at the same time, the bot problem is too far gone at this point, I think is the problem here, or really. Where I have to be suspicious of, like, everything like that. So we end up with these situations. Oh yeah. Oh good. Just, oh yeah, I got a cursed amulet. Yeah. I'm so happy to have my cursed amulet. Now I'm gonna have to avoid accidentally selecting that when I'm trying to do other things. And the last thing I'm going to mention on the potential bot situation there is, it's also a case of I am extra suspicious of accounts with no icon. And you want to know the extra bonus? That account was created today. Yeah, you might get the idea at that point. Just in case anybody wants to question my logic there. What? Okay, good. It's not a ping on Discord from that. Okay. It's the normal thing. I had to stop to look because it could have been related and I would have been very annoyed. But no, we're fine. That's the normal 3 o'clock announcement ping. Everything's fine. So that could also stand as a reminder to me to start cleaning up the Discords I'm in again. Nothing against anybody whose Discord I'm in, but I may need to start cleaning that up just so I stop having as many pings happening that I don't actually, like, interact with. Now, you'll notice when I went up, we immediately got into Red Scorpion territory here. I did this because I knew this was up here, but I also knew that we had the strength to fight the Red Scorpions that are up here. Because I believe, now that I'm thinking about it, I believe actually going up here is the correct path to get to the boss. I'm not going to be rushing there, but I'm making sure that my thoughts are correct. We got 2 locks there. Some free health. Would have rathered it be a food pot, but it's okay. Worth noting as well, by the way, that the small pots will use automatically. The big pots can be carried. Okay, I've cleared all of that out. Let's go ahead and go through the double lock here. I just have to be very careful not to go down any stairs once I'm past here, otherwise I won't be able to come back out of here. Because these will relock when I go down the stairs. Or upstairs, depending on which way the area takes me. Not sure why more didn't spawn from that spawner, but I'll take it. Good, more magic. Okay, so we got a locked staircase there. If I went through there, I would be hard committed at that point because I wouldn't be able to leave. We're not going down into there just yet. We'll come back with more keys and investigate that properly. Right now, I'm just on a clearing and collecting tour here. We have lots of magic and lots of gold and lots of power. I'll be real with y'all, I'm probably going to over-prepare because of my prior experience with this and getting my teeth kicked in constantly by this game. Now we'll start heading down, because I need another key to be able to get out of the main section anyway. Which that was going to be a thing that was going to get me killed anyway, now that I think about it, because I don't think we had 2 keys when we were trying to run out of here before. Thankfully, we're in a slightly better position than that, because we do have a camp pod and everything on hand still to bail out of that situation. There we go, there's the other key. Just for sake of the food we have lost already, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. So I believe items like the camp pots and such persist. So if I could just start barreling through here with those items. Oh, nope, those are gone. Never mind. I should have just kept going. Oh, well. I forgot that your items disappear when you leave a dungeon. That just completely slipped my mind. We almost have enough to buy our intelligence rings, which I will actually buy this time. Hear that ping while we wait for our food to come back completely. Alright. Save the game. Which, couple things I want to talk about. One being, the 12 Days of Drachmas is still intended to happen, though at the current rate of entries, it may very well get cancelled. Because I currently still have a whole 1 entry. So I don't want to disappoint the one person that has chosen to get involved with this, but unfortunately, they may very well end up getting disappointed. Because we have not had enough game requests for 12 days to be fulfilled. Which, for anybody that doesn't know what that opportunity is, one, you could easily find out through Twitter or Blue Sky, but the short version is I was offering to do 12 game requests in a row, 1 stream each, as a gift to the community, like, as a thank you to everybody that's been sticking with me through all of this and everything, just as a nice little Christmas gesture. Because I thought it'd be fun. But unless more requests actually come through for games to be played, that just ain't gonna be a thing that's gonna happen. Admittedly, I should have put forth this idea sooner, but the idea occurred to me too late. So as is frequently the case with my ideas, I end up rush jobbing it out and we end up in the situation we're in, where people may end up disappointed. Now, there was something else I wanted to bring up, and my brain is failing me on what it was. Oh yeah, there were a couple other holiday special things I did debate doing. Like, we did a Lethal Company Christmas last year. I think I could set up a similar thing, but a repo instead this time. So I think there's still a gift box mod for repo, so what I could probably do is have everything be gift boxes again, like I did for Lethal. And that might be fun. Probably wouldn't be able to do anything particularly Christmas themed with like Peak or anything. So I know people had wanted to still play Peak again, so that may still happen, it just won't be Christmas themed. And I may potentially be joining a new collab, not next week, but the week after. I still have to make a final decision as to whether I want to join that or not, which is going to involve me looking into the people involved and everything. Is a little bit behind the curtain for anybody that doesn't know what my process for such things are. Step 1, I get invited to a collab by whomever, Could be somebody I know, could be somebody I don't know. Because even if I know the person inviting me, I look into everybody that's joining as long as I know who's joining. Because you could be one of my favorite people in the world, but everyone makes mistakes. You could be inviting somebody that won't get along with everybody that's in there. Like, I might not get along with insert person that's invited, and I can see that ahead of time. So there have been a couple collabs I've genuinely dodged because of seeing, like, one or two potentially problematic people in there. And it's just like, you know, I love these people that are over here to death, but this part here, just nah, I ain't gonna deal with it. 'Cause I already have enough social issues. I don't need to willingly walk myself into a position where awkward things are going to happen, and I can see that already. And again, this is nothing against anyone that's organized anything I've been a part of. People genuinely do their best. Because I've made plenty of mistakes too. I have definitely involved myself with people I probably shouldn't have. We've all been there. This is not a judgment against anyone in any particular case there. Oh yeah, this backpack, by the way, raises the amount of items you can carry. So now I can carry 9 things instead of 4 things. And since we have an escape wing, I'm much more willing to be a lot more greedy about where we go, because the escape wing lets you leave immediately. Now, what I was trying to do was get back to where the keys were, and I was going the wrong way the whole time. Because I'm on this whole tangent right now. So the keys are down here. This way we have more keys than we need so that we can actually jet through a little bit better. Without having to rely on going key by key through everywhere we're going. And I could go up above now with 4 keys. But I think if I'm gonna try going above, let's actually go ahead and get 6 keys. Because that area, I seem to recall, eats a lot of keys. And we're more than likely going to end up bailing out using the escape wing. But if I can avoid having to do that, that would be ideal. Not that we can keep the escape wing from run to run anyway, as you know, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, on the whole collab thing a bit further there, I know it may make me seem antisocial and everything because I'm so very particular. And there are times where I'm less particular. Like, I've genuinely jumped in the middle of a few things and been much less particular. Like, if I get on the fly invited to something, obviously I do not make as much of a check of things. Oh yeah, you can only have 1 escape wing, right? Items get lost when you leave anyway, so there'd be no point to carrying around more than 1 escape wing. But yeah, to finish that thought, that's why you may have seen me, like, be involved in things with a lot of people I don't know and have no information on any of that, because if I'm off the cuff joining something, then obviously I don't do the research I've been discussing that I do going into those. And there's multiple reasons for that research. Already the anxiety I was talking about is the forefront of that. But I also want to make sure that whoever I'm backing and presenting to all of you as well is vetted well enough that I'm comfortable sharing the community with them, you know? Because that's a big part of what a collab should be, is you should be willing to share your community with the person you're doing this with. And maybe it's just me, but I see a lot of people not taking that angle. Like, everybody goes into these things for their own reasons, and by all means, have what reasons you want. But it bothers me sometimes when I see people going into these specifically just to benefit. Kyber, thank you for the raid and the follow. I just saw that as well. Welcome in, everyone. And hopefully you had a great time with whatever you were playing. You caught me in the middle of a tangent, so forgive me if I'm a little off kilter. There. As I was rambling on about collabs and their purposes and things like that. But what were you playing today? Hopefully you had a great time, and for those who don't know me, which is probably a lot of you, I am Dracomut. I play a lot of old games, weird games. Specifically today, I'm playing a Sega CD game named Dungeon Explorer that haunted me throughout a lot of my life, because I could never get anywhere in it. And I've chosen to ramble and not actually pay attention to what I'm doing, which is totally helping that process. Hi, Natra. Would I be right in assuming you had something to do with that? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear about the tech issues. What kind of trouble were you having? Because if you didn't get it solved, I might be able to help with that. I end up being pulled into a lot of tech support roles that I don't mind helping people. Minecraft in particular, I know, can be a bit of a finicky one depending on how you've got everything set up. But hopefully, tech issues aside, you had a good time. And if you have to raid and run, by all means do so. It is always most important for you to take care of yourselves. And that goes for anybody that came in. And to give everybody the short version of the tangent I was on when you all came in, I was explaining myself, basically, about how I handle joining new collabs, because I have a new one potentially coming up in a couple weeks, and basically the whole process of, like, okay, how do I vet the people to make sure that I'm not walking into something I don't want to be involved in here, and what I feel like the purposes of collabs are, which, in my opinion, is to find, A, people you're actually willing to spend long periods of time with, more than just these one-off, hop in, play one game, and then never speak to them again situations that I see a fair bit, and people you're willing to actually genuinely share your communities with. Ah, okay, you're having one of those problems. The fact that all that computer repair shop did was change something in the BIOS is a little bit odd. I feel like they would have checked a bit more. But it depends on the type of repair shop you took it to, unfortunately. And don't worry about the wall of text. I did genuinely ask you the question, so getting a detailed answer is actually a positive, I would say, there. Because this way I actually understand what you're trying to deal with here. But if you're getting blue screens, did you happen to catch what Windows was actually telling you? Well, actually, you're saying it's restarting randomly, not blue screening. Huh. Did you notice anything odd at all, or anything that might give you a sign about this before the restarts happen? Like, is anything locking up? Anything like that? Oh, we got mind gloves. I now have extra intelligence. Hooray! Because, like, the last time I had a restart issue like that... Oh, you're having that issue. Okay, I've actually experienced a similar problem to this before. So if you're having a lot of driver timeout issues, A, something specific to the graphics card's gone wrong, which is the issue I was having. I actually had to replace the graphics card entirely. Is about the only thing I could do to even temporarily stall the issue off was removing the video drivers entirely and reinstalling them. But that would only be a temporary fix, in my experience. I don't know what went wrong with the card. I still, to this day, don't understand what happened, because it was relatively new. that was the experience I had as far as something like driver timeouts from that happening. What AMD card do you have specifically, if you know offhand? Because depending on what the answer to that question is, you may very well have been in the same boat I was. And sorry if this is a lot of questions, I just genuinely... there's just a part of my brain that locks onto these issues, and it's like, I've gone through so many of these, let me see if I can help people fix theirs. This type situation there. I just know it can sometimes feel like I'm bombarding people with questions. Ooh, we got an active amulet. That'll be good for some speed. Yeah, that's understandable. I can never remember mine offhand either, because they keep making those numbers longer and longer and expect people to remember what the hell it is. My main hope with asking that is I want to see if I recognize the number, because if I do, that probably means it might be the same one that I had to get rid of. Because I've been hearing a bit of talk about AMD coming out with some faulty cards, and that may very well be where both of our problems came from. That might actually be the same one. That looks very familiar. Let me... I can quickly answer my own question on my side here. No, that's not exactly the same. That's the same series of cards that I had, though. Is the one I was having trouble with was... oh, no. No, the one that was fine was the 6,500. It was the 5,600 that was the problem child. Okay. I mean, if you've had it for a few years, it may genuinely just be that the card was starting to go in general then. Is it lasting a few years is pretty good for most things these days. Like, I don't want to immediately assume you'd have to get rid of the card, but it does seem like a high potential. I'm, of course, no expert. I'm just spitballing based on my own previous experience. The only other thing I could think of that would potentially point at something is there any kind of, like, specific things you've usually been doing when these reboots will happen when the timeout error happens? Because I noticed that there was a bunch of specific engines when I was having it a lot that were causing the issue to happen. Ooh, defense boost. Nice. I don't remember the details off the top of my head entirely anymore, unfortunately. Because it's been a bit since this whole thing happened, because when that happened was like half a year ago almost now. Yeah, that's similar to the situation I had happening. Because it would seem random, but actual things I would do would cause it to happen. Yeah, no, this is sounding exactly like the issue I was having, because that was what I started getting to happen once I had reset the drivers. Interesting. So you can't actually get it to replicate, so it may not be exactly the same. Huh. It may be symptomatic of the same type of situation, but yours might not be as bad? I don't know. Because I was able to at least start replicating mine somewhat, can't hurt, yeah, because if they get new information, they might be able to do something more. Is what they might be able to do, because some shops have like test kit they have on hand that they can swap into a machine to check various parts. What they might be able to do is just try removing the questionable video card and see if it has the issue without that card. Because that's how I was able to narrow it down for myself, is I downgraded to one of my old cards that I had still laying around, and the issue stopped entirely. Never happened again through multiple weeks of testing. Which is how I narrowed it down to it having to be that video card that was causing the issue. Because even though I pulled the card out and put the other one in, I didn't touch anything else, so there couldn't have been any other variable. And that's about the best way I would ever suggest to anybody to test these things, is always keep spare parts on hand and just trade parts out to see if something changes. It's not impossible for that to be related to the issue. Oh wow, that killed me a lot faster than I thought it would. Well, that's a shame. There went all the progress I made there. I forgot that that boss hits that hard. I thought the boosted defense would let me live long enough to be able to bail out if I needed to. Whoopsie. Interesting. So if your USBs are randomly disconnecting, because I was having a similar issue there. Nah, you're fine. You're totally fine. That was purely miscalculation on my part. Which there is a bright side to that, because now I can retrieve the gold on the hill here again. And be able to get an upgrade. But yeah, if the USB drivers are being weird too. Because I didn't experience that, or at least I should say I did experience that, but I didn't think those two were related. Though once one thing on a computer starts to get all flaky, it can cause a cascade that makes other things freak out a bit. That's not the right wording for it, but the correct idea is there. Things that go down can take other things with them. I've had that happen before. Even though the other parts are all sound, when one thing starts breaking, it can break other things. That said, that does kind of point more toward the motherboard, potentially. If the USB inputs are being weird. Though again, all of these parts are relatively old, so it may just be they're all starting to go together, too. Do you happen to remember if the USB issues are specifically around the times when you're having the other problem, or do they just... Or was this just something that happened before this whole saga with restarting happened? Okay. That raises... In my mind, that raises the odds of the motherboard being the root cause. Is if the motherboard's doing weird things, that could also cause the video card to get bad signals and such that'll then cause it to fail. Or at the very least, everything to convince itself that everything is breaking. Again, not using precise terminology or anything here, because again, I'm not an expert, just this is off the top of my head. I've been there in that exact same position of like, nah, it's fine. It's not crashing. I don't need to worry about it right now. Oh, hey, everything's on fire, huh? Maybe I should worry about this now. Nah, just spray it with the fire extinguisher. It still runs. It's still good. It's still good. I say having had a laptop actually catch fire before because I may or may not have been irresponsible about ignoring problems with it, but that's a whole other story. The fact that that thing still ran even after spitting fire at me is still a magical experience. Still not 100% sure why the fire happened there, but it wasn't a big fire, it just sparked a little. If I hadn't acted quickly, it would have been an actual fire. But mind you, that was because I was still using a laptop I had used for like 8 years at that point, and it had been beat to hell. And then I had it doing things that were well beyond its specs, which I thought was a great idea because I could get away with doing it, so clearly it works. And then the computer had enough of my shit. Power glove, now I hit harder. Very good. But based on how that fight went... Wow, we got 2 power gloves. Okay. I now have doubled my attack temporarily. Because, unfortunately, I think those gloves are only for this trip into the dungeon. The second I leave, it'll wear off. But what we're gonna do then is try to leverage this into trying to get as much experience and money as we can. Since we've now proven that I'm gonna need to be stronger before I take on that boss, otherwise we're gonna have a bad day. Because we do not have the speed to evade him. My plan for fighting him was just to set him on fire with our magic. That's why I stacked up a bunch of spell charges first. But, just kind of rinsed us, so that plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, on the bright side, you may not have to replace the entire PC, though it may be better for the purposes of avoiding more surprises down the line. So right now, from all I've been hearing, the part market is horrendous right now. Especially RAM. Yeah. And from what people have been telling me, it's not showing any signs of normalizing anytime quick. So you may still be able to get lucky and pick up a used video card that'll be comparable to what you have. Like, I don't know if you'd be able to pick up anything new at a reasonable price right now, but used, you might get lucky. That was gonna be what my original suggestion was, aside from the potential of still having new and different issues cropping up. You could at least, like, swap some parts to still be able to keep the prices more in line. Depends on if you can afford, really, to just get a whole new pre-built or not. So obviously be very cautious who you buy a pre-built from. So I'm sure we've all heard the horror stories of, oh yeah, I bought this pre-built and then it just didn't work at all after like a week. Which some of those are obviously people not using their machines correctly in the slightest and not maintaining them at all, but there's enough validity there still to be cautious. That's fair. As one who has been using their stuff, the only positive thing I can ever say about them is they're cheaper. But you get what you pay for. That's kind of the thing. Like, I've been riding that side because of the difference in price, but that's the only reason. Realistically speaking, from a practical standpoint, a card's a card. It make picture on screen and work good, okay, that's all it needs. Caring about which company is which doesn't matter. The fanboys on both sides at the end of the day are suckers. Is they have convinced themselves that their company can do no wrong, and at that point they're fools. That's just the scenario at the end of the day. But unfortunately, there's entirely too many people very willing to draw battle lines about various manufacturers and such. It's just, no, don't do that. All you're doing is giving those companies unnecessary amounts of power over you. Like, if anyone takes anything away from what I'm saying today, take that piece. Do not let corporations have unnecessary power over you by thinking that they at all are across the board a positive at what they're doing, because even if the company itself isn't disingenuous or evil in any way, which not all companies are evil or a problem, they have their best interest at heart at the end of the day either way. So they will remain a force for their own benefit, not yours. I was gonna say, if that's another power glove, I wasn't gonna be sure what to do with that information anymore. Where did I want to go? Brain, why are you failing me now? Eat the food. There you go. Get used to the weird noises as our character will make from these things. That's just the nature of how this works. You ever run out of steam on a line of thought and now you're just not sure where to go now? I put that thought out there and I'm like, what do I do from here? Where does brain go now? Answer is, I don't know. Like, I feel like this is one of those things we've all been there for to varying degrees. I just don't have the power of yap. I am nowhere near as good at yapping as a lot of people I know. Like, my brain is much more prone to drop the thought on the floor and then just look at it sitting there like, yep, it's on the floor now. Oh, you wanted me to pick it up? Nah. Now it looks better on the floor, though. Looks great there. Like, if somebody tosses a thought at me, I'll catch it and I'll keep going with it, but I cannot just summon them from the ether as well. Yeah, exactly. It's something that has to be practiced a lot. And you would think, having been doing this for, like, more than 3 years now, I would have practiced that skill sufficiently. There are still gaps. I appreciate that. Where was... Oh, yeah. We need to get out of here before I get too deep and too greedy, otherwise we're not going to be able to take any of what we've made out of here. That was the other thing I was going to say. We have an escape wing on us, so I can keep committing and be fine. You know, as long as I don't just stand here in a pile of scorpions like a silly person would. Honestly, a lot of the time I'll immediately go drop the welcome message and everything and then return to what I was doing. I'm just as guilty of that in a lot of cases. But obviously, it's also dependent on the input you get from the person that came in. So I'll always chase after what the person did at the very least to try to pull a conversation forward. But yeah, I've also been in that same position where a bunch of people will just acknowledge the raid happened and then just forget you existed. And it's been great talking to you as well. I also want to make that one clear. Hell yeah, I'll be sure to check you out in the future as well. Enjoy what you choose to eat, and thank you again for bringing your community over. Oh, I have run myself out of keys. This is what I get for grabbing so many keys that I think I will never run out of them. Thankfully, there's a key here, so we're not stuck. In fact, actually, we have infinite keys here, because I can just go up and down these stairs and get more keys. Just gotta keep an eye on our food meter so I don't start falling over again. So that will be very awkward. In fact, actually, let me take a second to do a thing before I invariably forget, because I'm bad about forgetting things. Scroll back to that shout out. There we go. Make note of the other bit there. Perfect. If I don't leave myself notes, a lot of things just poof. It is such a problem. And that's one of those things where I can't just go and say, like, oh yeah, I have ADHD, which I might have some degree of that in there, but that's not the reason for the memory issue, I don't think, in my particular case. Because I've only noticed it more in the past couple years. And I think there's a few reasons for it. Like, I don't think there's a one singular cause on that one. But I can't nail down, like, the constant in there either. It's like, obviously, as we all develop, grow, and age, things change. That's just a constant in life. So I'm also not gonna say, like, oh yeah, I might just be developing memory issues. It's not that simple either. Most things are very, very rarely as simple as they appear, though it's very easy to overcomplicate things too. Hi, I'm an expert at overcomplicating everything I touch. So I suppose while I'm rambling about things anyway, I may as well throw this plug in here too. For anyone that likes pixel art, I do make my own pixel art. Everything you see on this stream that isn't the game, I made myself. And if you want any pixel art done, I'm currently running a 50% an off all commissions discount until I believe it's the 18th. So I set it for 2 weeks, and I think I started it on the 4th. Something like that. And even if something's not listed on that Ko-fi there, or when it pops up again, or if somebody hits exclamation donate to see it, you'll see it linked there, and in the about page and all of that. Yeah, even if something's not listed there, feel free to send me a direct message wherever, and we can discuss options. And that's what happens to bots. They explode like that. Thanks to the power of Seribot. Which, while I'm plugging things, everyone who streams should trust in Seribot to automatically remove bot messages and such. Highly recommended. Very easy to set up as well. So woe betide the world the day Seribot goes rogue. Not that I think that'll ever happen, but boy oh boy is that an apocalyptic potential at some point. Yep, there it goes again. Brain put the thought on the floor and doesn't want to pick it up again. Oh yeah, I talked about it a little bit before everybody got here. But I was planning on running for the holidays what I was calling the 12 Days of Darkness, which was going to be 12 requests back to back, like people could ask for whatever game they want. And even put conditions on it if they wanted to. Like, say, somebody would ask for Resident Evil 1 knife only or something, and I would do one stream of that. Just exactly what they're asking for. And you can request that here, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, whichever. I exist in all three places, though the least likely one to get a response would be Twitter, because I don't check it much, because I don't like that place. For obvious reasons, but it is one of those, I still treat it as a necessary evil. Because you gotta have your voice out as many places as you can. Okay, we got another active amulet. Is this holy amulet ever gonna wear off? Like, I'm happy that it's still going, but I kind of expected it to wear off by now. We have another food potion, so let's use that. We have 280 max hit points now, so we're looking pretty good on the hit point front. We just need defense now, and I think we'll be almost able to fight the boss. Based on how we got shredded when we had our defense boosted to 3, the 3 defense is not going to be the be-all, end-all. But it will help. But admittedly, our health was lower when we got there as well, which obviously won't help your cause. Did I ever finish my thought about the collab thing? By the way, I feel like I did, but I'm not sure I ever actually finished that thought completely. Because, like, the main point was just making sure to vet people enough that you're comfortable sharing your communities with them and make sure that they're people you can actually bounce off of and get along with. Man, awkward collabs hurt. I should know, I've been in a couple. So some of those were my own fault because it was just a day I happened to shut down. Which does happen from time to time. I feel like that's another one of those we've all been there scenarios. You just sometimes just get overstimulated and there's just, you can't keep it going anymore. So you just kind of hang through it as best you can. Which that kind of leaves you with the, do you bail out of that in the moment or do you just ride it out scenario? Oh, hey, we're back at the beginning. The heal potions so we don't just get knocked out immediately by the red scorpions, since I've apparently chosen to run through here now too. Apologies to everyone, by the way, that's been here for all of this and has heard these thoughts repeatedly and has only been able to see the desert dungeon here. We will be out of here hopefully soon. But I'm just like in a mental loop today, it seems. Which, those of you familiar are well aware that I end up in these loops sometimes. Another mind glove. Nice. We now have 9 intelligence. We can simulate actually having more power. Which, as you can see, makes our spell last a lot longer, because those little dots there at the bottom of the red square is what indicates how long your spell will last. So we're actually very powerful with our magic now. Temporarily, at the very least. Do note, though, that our spell doesn't touch spawners. It only kills enemies. But we can, like, take out everything around the spawner, so we just can take out the spawner for free. I'm once more tempted to try the boss, but I don't want to throw away all this money either. Why am I getting so many backpacks? I can only put one on my back. Which really, this man's a fool. He should just start carrying one in his hands as well. He only is using one hand for his wand. He could use the other hand to carry another backpack. Sure, his frail old frame might snap eventually, but you know what? It's worth it for the treasure. Okay. I've blocked myself from going any further this way because of using the key to open that. And that's unfortunate. I would like to get up to 1,400 gold before we leave. And it's pretty safe to say we'll manage to reach that. Which, on the note of monetary goals, there at the bottom of the screen, you'll see 2 subs to reach a new rando. That's because I have a 10 sub goal going right now. Because I figured I may as well start running longer term sub goals to unlock fun things for y'all to play around with. Or in this case, something to watch is... Another thing I do a lot here is randomizers. And I've realized I kind of have gotten into a little bit of a rut with my randomizers, because even with the AP we did recently with the Dragon Council, I ended up just playing familiar randomizers like the Circle of the Moon and Time Spinner randomizers. So I selected a bunch of different ones that I could manage to do, but I was hoping that by putting down a sub goal, it would help make me actually follow through to a certain degree. Like, give me the push to actually commit to one of them and to learn and do. Because there are so many other randomizer options out there. Even ones that haven't even been used by anybody in any of the archipelagos we've been in. That I have had my eye on. There are a couple that I'd considered but ended up removing from the potential pool in my head as well. Like, at some point I would love to do the Llama Lana randomizers again, but I just do not remember either of those games well enough at this point to do that. Because there's a lot of ground you can cover in those by just hum a few bars and fake it, but ooh, it starts getting bad after a while. Well, based on the test run I did with the first one a week or so ago, it got embarrassing. Which is why that hasn't seen the light of day. And I still wanna at least consider doing the Metroid Prime rando again, because I got reminded of that by Prime 4 coming out. Now, the problem there was I came to a realization with the way those randomizers are set up that you almost have to know a couple tricks to be able to get it to do anything interesting, and that's a problem, because I don't know any of the fancy stuff. I just know the lay of the land, and I'm solid at the movement. So that ended up kind of backfiring a little bit too. Though it would be funny to end up with the elevator loop like we had back in the day when I showed that off before. Because for those that wouldn't have seen that, which I don't think many people that would be here these days would have been here for that, because that was a while ago. I had all of the elevators in Metroid Prime stuck in a loop into each other. Like, no matter where I went, I would end up back where I started. And a bunch of elevators were missing. Like, I could not progress the game because the elevators were just going in circles. It was a very, very strange and unfortunate situation. Because unfortunately, when you randomize where the elevators go, sometimes things go wrong. And that seed was an example of things going wrong. Because to this day, I'm pretty sure that was an unwinnable seed, where there was just a bunch of areas just missing from the elevator pool entirely. So you just couldn't go there. It'd be that way sometimes. The seeds will bite. I've definitely had a few randos I probably won't be as likely to do again because they've put me in real terrible seeds before. Prime being one of the debatable ones on that line. Like, not a hard commit of like, oh yeah, I'm never gonna do that rando again, but ugh. Like, Harmony of Distance is one that I'm torn as to whether to do it again ever because of how brutal the seed we got for that was. Like, I just could not make any headway in that seed without a lot of grinding. And part of that, I think, is my own fault. Like, I probably set the settings way nastier than I should have. There you go, that's what an escape wing does. It takes you just right back to camp. Let's go ahead and save the game so we don't lose everything we've done here. Can I afford anything? Pretty sure, yeah, the burn staff going up to flame staff is too expensive. Clown rings are almost affordable. Oh yeah, we never did buy the first robe. Well, we can skip straight to hard robe if I just go get 200 more gold. So I think we'll do that. I think we'll go ahead and upgrade to hard robe. So let's just go ahead and get, like, slightly over, or slightly under 200 gold, rather. And then I may make a play for the boss with 6 defense. That should work better. Hold up. Something important. Usually pings in here are actually pretty big. Okay, nothing bad, just I'll need to check that later. So that's actually good news. Okay, very good. It's always great to see positive things happening. Oh yeah, something I never noted about this game when I was discussing all the statistics and such. You can go over 1,000 food. The cap, I believe, is 2,000. So when I, like, keep finding extra food potions and such, I could just chug them all down and go to 2,000 food to make my life a little bit easier. But it's arguably 6 of one, half dozen the other to either use them at the time or use them later when your food gets lower. Using them and going up to 2,000 just means you don't have to worry about it as much. Because you won't have to think of it in the moment. Now the game's just feeding me over and over again, like, don't you want to stay in the dungeon? Don't you want to risk it all? Haha. Gamble, yes. Now, I'll be the first to say, I don't know if this game's designed for you to necessarily get your full gear set plus some before you fight the first boss you're meant to fight or not. I may very well be intended actually to fight the one in the medieval castle first. This is just the pattern that I remember my brothers doing, I do believe, and the one I always did when I was younger as well. Is always go here first. But that may very well be part of why we never really got super far most of the time, is incorrect pattern. Like, I know they got pretty far a few times. I want to say they had actually gotten to the goddess monument at least once that I can recall. But my memory from years upon years ago is foggy at best, so I could easily be getting my memories wrong. Because I may not be old, but I'm definitely older than your average VTuber. So the old memory's a little foggy at times. So honestly, even before I turned 30, my memory from when I was like less than 10 even was for some reason just not that good. There we go. Hard robe. So we have 6 defense now. Sadly, still no model change. But, you know, it is a Sega CD game. There's only so much that they can fit on those earlier CDs. But now having 5 more defense than we had before, maybe, just maybe, we can actually handle some stuff. You know, just possibly, perhaps. This is when I still just get obliterated by the boss. Which is entirely possible. Now, if you think I remember the exact path back, you might be surprised. Much like I was just surprised by it hitting me with 2 traps back to back. But the answer is actually yes, I think I do remember the path. And we're gonna want to hit up a handful of chests at the very least before we go there, though, in the hopes that we can get like a power glove or something. Like, it's really unfortunate that I had to give all those gloves up that we had before. Because the main thing we have going for us right now is just that big defense we have now. Because all the intelligence in the world is nice, but I don't think it's like the main stat you want in this game. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure what the main stat you really do want in this game at all is. I feel like it would have to be the attack, since you naturally gain more and more health by leveling. Defense isn't as important overall. Like, you need some so you don't just get destroyed when something hits you. Especially since you may have noticed there really isn't that much in the way of iframes or anything to protect you from just getting hit. Which is why a solid health pool is important. Grab those 2 keys, then we'll make a stop off to where the 4 chests are down in the basement. And then we'll head up to the boss, I think. Because if we don't get what we want out of all of those chests, it probably ain't worth trying to fish for other chests. This is the wrong way, isn't it? Yeah, this is just where one chest is. Which these chests are quick to grab too, so I should grab them anyway. Hey, even more defense. We now have more defense, I think, than we've ever had so far this attempt. This attempt being this whole stream. It would help if I actually remembered the way to what I'm looking for, but I think actually they're attached to the... Yeah, they're attached to the lower half of where I need to go up top, actually. They're a lower tunnel, but you have to get to them from the upper path. That's where my brain went awry. That's another thing that's kind of started falling apart in the past, like, year or so, I've noticed, is my navigation abilities. But I blame that, in part, on becoming so much more used to things giving me a lot of navigation help. Like, there's a lot of quality of life these days, which is wonderful, but if used as too much of a crutch, you end up losing your ability to navigate as well as you might if you have to use it a lot more. What the... What's that? The fuck? Huh. Interesting. That feels like a scam email. Because I just got an email about Meta Inc. canceling my autopay. Now, here's the interesting thing. I have nothing set up with Meta at all that would have an autopay. Nor have I given them money in the past... ever? Actually, that I think about it. So that's an interesting one. Smells like a scam to me. Which, PSA time again, I suppose. If you ever get a weird email like that, don't touch anything in that email. Always go back to the source that the email supposedly came from and check everything that you have set up there. In this particular case, it would be go to PayPal and check to make sure everything's still on the up and up that you know of within your account there. Do not follow the lead of an email, even if it's an actual legitimate email. And if there are questions you cannot answer yourself, you may want to check with whatever companies support people is they will do a much better job of helping you than whatever random email you think might be telling you the truth. Why this has turned into PSA Day, I don't know, but opportunity has arisen to say these things, so they are being said. Yeah, trust but verify is always your best line of defense on the internet. Trust that the actual business itself isn't trying to hurt you or scam you necessarily, but verify that it's actually the people you're supposed to be dealing with. Now, the one downside to me doing the extra running around to try to grab all of the gear boosts and such that I want is we are burning through food. But I'm hoping we'll pick up enough food items on the way through here that we'll be able to make it work. Slash, the power boosts are enough that we can just crush the boss quick enough to not need as much food. Because honestly, I feel like that fight's gonna go quick, positive or negative. Because with how hard that thing was hitting before, I'm pretty sure if it's gonna kill me, it'll just destroy me again. Okay, this set of chests was useless. Like, it got us a food pot to help out a little bit, but it didn't give me power-ups like I was hoping for. And I'm poisoned again to burn more food. Great. These other chests. I may or may not be randomizer brained enough to keep wanting to call these checks instead of chests, but those are the same thing anyway if you really think about it in most cases. Okay, we came out of that with more food than we came down here with. The only real positive otherwise is gaining more money, which money is helpful, but I was really hoping for some power. And while money technically is power, it's not always power. Let me actually, before I forget, check on that thing that I was just talking about. Because now it's gonna bug me if I don't check it. I don't see any indication of that being the case here. Just bear with me a second, I'm just making sure no shenanigans are occurring. Yeah, no, everything looks normal. So despite the attempt there, I'm pretty sure that was a scam email. Very good. Moving right along. Yeah, I think our best play is to just try to make a go for it here. More healing potions would be wonderful for this process, but I'll hopefully pick up one or two along the way. As it stands, I'm probably gonna have to use the camp potion when we get there, because these red scorpions are still doing a solid amount of damage to us, despite the 9 defense. I'm not really sure what the defense calculation in this game really amounts to. Right side, we do have lots of magic to use. Something I need to be better about remembering is I can use that and still move and attack and everything as normal. There's the discount link I was talking about before, by the way, for commissions, if anyone is at all interested in such things. The current roster of commissions is 64 by 64 sprites, Discord reactive PNGs for use with like Fugitech and things like that, your character here running animation, and any kind of like Twitch emotes you want are all in the pool. But as I said before, whatever you want to make happen, just let me know what the specifics of what you're looking for are, and we can probably make it work. Ordinarily, I would not be plugging and pushing that as much as I am, but it is that time of year where money gets a lot tighter for basically everybody, so I understand if people don't have money to throw around for such things either. But that's also why the situation is what it is. Probably gonna have to use that camp pot before we go into the boss, just to make sure I don't go in there with partial health this time and get shredded, because we are not getting any healing potions. It's either that or I accept the fact that I'm going to have to turn around and try again and give up the 3 more defense we gained, which might be the better call. Like, I'll be real about that one. The better call may be to reset and roll for better items. I am unfortunately not always the one that makes the better choices, though. Of course, there's also a reality where I don't worry about finishing this dungeon right now. I just use this to get stronger, and then I leverage that into other places. So, like, if this attempt goes wrong, we, like, dash over to the medieval castle instead or something. And see about trying to get through there instead. Heck. Well, we're taking a nap. Being put to sleep does one simple thing. You can't do anything until it wears off. You just sit there until you can wake up. I believe getting hit wakes you up, but I'm not sure about that. I would not be surprised if you can just keep getting hit and just stay asleep until something kills you. Despite the fact that it says that your magic lasts longer as your intelligence goes up, I feel like my magic's actually doing more damage as well, because it's clearing faster. Unless it leverages your attack stat to do damage with your spells, which would be weird, but not impossible. We are going to have to go farm some keys in order to be able to get to the boss room, so we're going to have to do a little bit more legwork still. I need to grab a couple of these keys so I can go to the other room to collect all of the other keys. It's either that or I just run down there with the keys we have, but that's risky, and I'm a risk-averse person in a lot of cases, I'll be real about that. which, let me tell you, being risk-averse bites you in the ass a lot. More often than not in life, you are better served by taking the risk, as long as it's a measured risk. Don't just, like, jump off a building assuming a parachute will magically appear type risks. Weird. Got mildly distracted because I smelled something odd. I'm like, wait, vaguely smells like somebody's cooking something, but nobody else is home. Before I get hard committed, let me actually make sure nothing weird's going on. One moment, y'all. Ordinarily, I run off during the ads to do these checks, but right now, something's ticking in my brain, so one moment. Sorry about that. Turns out there was a bunch of packages sitting out there that I needed to fetch too. So, mild distraction. Good thing I happened to check though, because there was a lot sitting out there, and it'd be a real disaster if somebody wandered off with all that stuff, since it's most likely all for Christmas. think we have everything we need to be able to make a play for the boss. Whether we'll succeed, that's a good question. I think all the keys we grabbed on our way through here, plus the couple I grabbed, should be plenty. Okay, there's full health. That'll be much more important. Being able to heal on the go is also going to be very good. What kind of amulet? It's fast amulet. Go ahead and use that. That pauses the hunger meter. Because it's the hunger kind of fasting, not the go fast kind of fasting. Go, just burn all those scorpions. Oh good, a big food potion when I am currently immune to food. That's a sentence. Things I would never really want to be immune to, food. Like if you could be immune to the negative effects of hunger but also not need to eat, that would be okay. I mean, be able to eat but not need to eat, rather, is what I was trying to say. This way you could experience only the positive and not the negative there. I'm not really sure how that would work. Is like, well, how do you then get rid of it afterward? And the answer to that is an interesting conundrum a little bit. Used up too much magic. Now we only have 4 shots left. I was trying to expedite things so the fasting amulet wouldn't wear off. And of course now we're not going to get any more charges, of course. Well, we have enough keys to grab the item that's in here. Oh, the item that might be in here. Eh? Nope, more gold. So I either go try for more items, or I just go fight. At the very least, we gain that level. Which helps a little bit by giving us, I think it was 10 more hit points? Okay, there's 1 charge. That's good. Which way was it to the boss again, though? This is the part I'm going to start slipping on. I think this is the right way. If it isn't, we have more than enough food to recover, so it's fine. This is why I wanted to have spare keys coming down here, because I knew eventually I was going to start getting my wires crossed again. And you might be thinking, you've done this a bunch of times, how are you getting lost? Well, unfortunately, my brain has a funny thing where if I do it a lot, I actually retain less, not more. Because it just starts getting tired of the information, for lack of a better way of explaining it. So it's like, okay, you don't need this information anymore. Throwing it away now, bored now. Like, well, that's great. Oh yeah, this is one of the rare occasions being poisoned was a good thing, by the way, because since we have the fast amulet, we don't lose food even from poison. So we actually just gain the speed. It's kind of a funny thing there. We might have to go through that key door down there, but I'm not certain about that, so before I burn a key, I want to check the other options. I feel like this is going backwards. But remember, all of this kind of curls in on itself, so going backwards might not actually be going backwards. Yeah, but this is definitely, in fact, going backwards, though. So yeah, I think that key door is necessary, then. Unless... I want to... Why am I having so much trouble with this now? Is it I think it might literally be because I got up, dealt with all those packages, and came back. My brain had like a minor reset somewhere along the way. Okay, at least I got repaid my key that I used, though we're gonna be using it again immediately right here. Except for the fact that I can farm some keys here, and I'm going to in case I do a stupid somewhere. I think this amulet of fasting lasts until we change it out for another amulet, so... we may as well take advantage of our infinite time. Why is there another ping from there? Hang on. One ping's weird enough. Two is strange. Oh, okay. They're just making more announcements. Okay. No, nothing sets the anxiety off faster than a slew of announcements from somewhere that doesn't usually have very much announcement and such happening. It's like, oh god, what's gone wrong? But it was actually two back-to-back positive things. Neither of which have any relevance for y'all at the moment. One of them technically may be relevant in the future, but I'll hold that thought till that proves true. Okay, do I go in? Yeah, the hell with it, we'll give it a try. I try to just burn him and run, like I was going to do in the first place. But then this exact scenario happened. He's got a slowing effect, in case you haven't picked up on that. He's dead. Because he wasn't able to hold on to me the whole time, we were able to destroy him. I think I was a little over-leveled for that, because we only gained like a level from defeating him. But hey, we beat one dungeon now. The very same strategy I planned to use the first time worked the second time. Of course it did. I should have just been more proactive the first time. I thought I could just kind of shenanigan in it more. $2,180. Can I do anything with that? Can't afford the staff. I can afford the ring upgrade. Can't afford the armor. The magic is helpful, so you know what? We'll get the clown rings. And then we'll go hit the medieval castle next. Though, considering it's up here in the top right, I feel like it may actually very well have been intended to be done first, but these slimes are a little tougher, was why there's even a question. So now this layout's also nastier, so I feel like this is probably intended to be later. It's just because of having to push through them like that, because with our single target attacking, we weren't going to be able to break through here anytime quick. About the only other way would have been to angle a shot, so that you'd eventually chew through them to chew through that too. But our attack's a little too low to be chewing through fast. Also 2 screens to get to the entry, so yeah, no, I think this is meant to be done second. Never mind. I have logicked myself out of the thought I was on. So all the fighting we're having to do to get here to begin with is already taking 100 food off of us, so that's a concern. And remember, all the items are gone, even the backpack, so... Behold the castle. Let's not stay there since it's doing flashing lightning. We got ghosts and skeletons to contend with immediately here. And a big healing pod already. Nice. We do have enough attack to clear these guys reasonably. Just not well, necessarily. Well being if I was, like, clearing them without them even be able to get close. With the way they're arrayed on this floor, we could just... In fact, you know what? Magic! Yeah, because I figured I'd get a refund immediately. That's why I went ahead and did that. Amulet. Wow. Oh, good. Wow, it's a cursed amulet again. That's what you wanted, right? Another healing potion. They're being very generous with the healing potions in here, and I'm a little worried about that, I'm honest. So you can see why, because I just got ripped a new one immediately. 2 cursed amulets, great. Great, I love that for me. My favorite. Actually, in some ways, cursed amulets are my favorite because they're very funny. That's neither here nor there. Oh, good, a backpack, so I can keep carrying my cursed amulets without it ruining my ability to pick up other things. Because the alternative, I guess, would be I would have to put the cursed amulet on and then get rid of it by putting on a different amulet or something. Which, according to the manual, all the cursed amulets do is poison you, so... Technically, there's a workaround for that. But, you know. Ow, 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 ow. Why are there so many skeletons still in the middle here? We didn't go up and down a floor at all, so there must be a skeleton spawner I missed somewhere. Oh yeah, still on the outer ring, there's spawners, okay. They must have come in from somewhere else then. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about though, I just barely can't clear them fast enough to get through the doorway. Great, I'm poisoned now. That's what I wanted. If I didn't have an escape wing, I probably would have bailed out of here by now. Just trying to go down these stairs with how much we were starting to get hurt would not have been wise. Speaking of, drink healing potion before we go around the corner into ghost hell. Which is basically just normal hell, because hell is kind of populated with ghosts, you might imagine. Music? please. Thank you. Now, I will say, unless we start making much faster progress through these dungeons, which getting stronger probably will aid us in doing that, we're probably not finishing this today. Oh good, Mind Glove of +1 intelligence. That makes so much of a difference. But considering we're actually making some headway, I would be willing to consider finishing this. Wait, did I not have an escape wing? I was allowed to pick that one up. I admit, I may have been running along on an erroneous assumption, and that would be very awkward. It sure does like its spike traps, doesn't it? Oh, god damn it. Just 2 regular-ass healing potions. Oh, right. That's a mechanic of this place, isn't it? You gotta hit these buttons to raise and lower platforms. I remember why I don't like this place now, because it's a whole headache to run around and flip all the switches. Because I have been here before. I'm starting to get memories of dealing with this place back. So I remember the samurai area more than this one. Like, I remember the desert and the samurai zone the most. I don't remember the ocean, like, at all, because I don't think I ever got in there. Same with the other one. The other one that I'm forgetting. That I'm forgetting because I've never gone in there very much. We have 7,000 experience already, goddamn. Though I will acknowledge that one of the things that slowed me down about getting anything done in this game was never really committing to a character either. One of the times I played this, I definitely jumped characters a bunch, trying to decide which one was best for me, rather than doing what we did this time, which was just immediately committing. Power Glove. Power up. And now we're taking the skeletons in actual 2 hits, which is huge. Escape wing, that doesn't help us. You guys stay in that box. I'll deal with your friends, then I'll come in there and get you. Till then, though, you stay in your box. Could you imagine if these guys could dig themselves out? Oh, what a tragedy that would be. Yep. Music loop needs to change again. Poison's okay. Also, apparently those healing potions remove poison. Who knew? I actually didn't know that. They've really filled that box up a bit, huh? Perish. Oh, what's the matter? You can't get me? Oh, that's a shame. Anyway. You can't give me an opportunity like that and expect me not to just wipe out all the enemies when they can't hit me. I would be a fool to let them attack me. Oh, now we got skeletons with shoulder pauldrons. We all know that that makes them stronger, totally. Remember, the corners are your friends, as long as you don't walk around them directly into the enemy. Oh, we got blade arm skeletons now, and red ghosts. Which we went down a few floors, so it makes sense that suddenly everything's a lot stronger. Just keeping an eye on my health. They're not doing a ton of damage because we do at least have some defense. They do hurt, though. Definitely do hurt. Okay, there's a way to break through there. I was like, did I just walk into a dead end? Hello? And help? Okay, I'm gonna have to burn my way out of here because they're blocking the pathway up too much. Once the second spawner started managing to get its guys around the corner, it was just over for that. And thankfully we got 2 spells back for the price of 1, so really, we're just winning. I'm pretty sure all 4 corners involve me going and hitting a switch once you finish their paths. I'm pretty sure I remember that being the case. I'm so glad I chose the mage, because these corners are awful for anyone else to deal with. Like, the ninja can turn invisible, so I probably could have turned invisible and, like, walked around the corner while they weren't targeting you, because that's what it does, is the enemies will stop chasing after you specifically at that point once you're invisible. It's not ideal, but it does help. And I guess the monk also would be able to deal with that reasonably because he has the close combat shield. The elf might be okay for that since they can't be attacked with their shield. But they'd still have to dig out physically. So they might get stuck. Doubling axes from the beast would obviously chew through the enemies better. And the tri-shot from the knight would also work similarly there. The knight was honestly my second choice because of the tri-shot. I would presume that that would triple his damage and probably be a very good boss killing attack. I used to oscillate between the ninja and the beast, as I talked about when we were setting all this up. The beast is so slow, so he gets screwed by hunger pretty badly. I feel like I should have more gold than this. Running through another new area. We are getting more gold per box, though. Another power glove. There we go. Now we're cooking. Now we're starting to just chew right through. Why did I go back toward the inner circle? There was no reason for me to do that. Sometimes my decisions defy even my own explanation. At least the game is just feeding me health in here, though. Oh, disorder's really bad. We can't shoot and our controls are janky. Right now I'm lucky because that at time it didn't actually reverse my controls. It more or less, I believe, randomizes your control directions. Not necessarily just inverts them completely. And as I mentioned, stops you attacking. So since it ran me right into those skeletons at first, it's a bit of a problem. Bit of a problem. Huh. Okay, that just brings you down to the floor below. So I guess that's just a dead end. At the moment, at least. Wow. I swear if that's another cursed amulet. No, it's an active amulet. And the oh yeah was a cursed amulet, though. Ah, all the curses all the time. Welcome to Drag's Curse Emporium, where you can get cursed by getting the curse with the curse, the curse with the curse. Curse, and you'll curse while you get your curse. I'm almost out of food. Mmm. I've genuinely in the past considered making some of the sounds from this game into alert sounds. Just because the voice lines in this game are so goofy. They're also, like, super short. Just, wow! I'll also have to find, like, clean versions of them. I mean, technically I could go rip them myself, I suppose, but I'm sure somebody out there's ripped them already. There's a lot of goofy sounds that if I could just remember them after they happen more, I would probably be making use of. But, like, those things just don't stick in my brain. They just don't. And I don't really have a good explanation for it. Like, if it gets brought up, I'll be like, oh yeah, that yeah. But in any other capacity, in any other moment, it's just like, no. It just ain't there. It's just gone. Good night, ABC, and likewise, wonderful rest of your day and weekend. You're fine. We all have lives we need to attend to. Life will go on. I never expect people to be here long or really be here at all. Because as I said, we all got shit to do. And life should always come first. I accidentally opened the way for all the ghosts. Thankfully the ghosts are stupid. I have no magic left, so this is gonna be just pure brute force to chop through. There we go. Thankfully, one of the ghosts spawned wrong, so we actually were able to make headway there easier. And you can only carry so many things, as you can see, so let's just go ahead and eat one of those food potions and pick up the other food potion. Arguably I should heal as well. I should get rid of these damn cursed amulets is what I should do. There we go, got rid of the cursed amulet. We're gonna end up wasting this active amulet, but honestly I probably wasn't gonna use it anyway. There we go. So that opens up a couple inventory spaces. We had a much better attack angle this time. This room's still gonna take a little bit, but hey, it's free experience if you think about it. Ooh, a holy amulet, okay. Burn another... Actually, just burn all the cursed amulets, and then use the holy amulet to cure it all. There we go. Free up all that inventory space. This is why you use magic to clear situations like this, by the way, folks. Is these get really out of hand really fast. Oh, there's another one. There's that one. As you can see, we can clear these by pure force, but it's difficult. Not a single spell charge out of that, huh? Yikes. But we've hit all but one of the switches now, I think. So there must be a solution to that other one we were having a problem with, and I just didn't understand at a glance. Food bottle, that's great and all, but that doesn't save my life. That level might, though. Okay. No point in touching the bag up there because we already have one. More food, okay. Got any more of them health potions, game? Because I could use some right about now. And as much as I would ordinarily be excited about having over 1,000 gold, we've already bought everything that's less than 2,000 now, I think. So we're gonna need more than that before that starts to really be a thing. Oh, that probably would have poisoned me considering it flew past me and didn't affect me. Okay, so back here again. We're gonna stay in here till our food gets low. And then we'll leave. Or if I get any lower on health without finding healing. Because, you know, obviously we don't want to die. Dying would be very unhelpful. Bright side, going back through over here is going to get us a lot more money. So hold that thought. Since the ad's running, I'm going to get up again for a moment. Because I didn't go to the bathroom when everything else happened, so I'll be back in a second. Okay, back to it. Paused for an extra moment as I heard one of the local dogs start going nuts. Turns out it was just people wandering around out there. Nothing to be concerned with. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, yeah. I fall down in here so I can go up this staircase to go over here. That took me longer than it should have. I see this is another case of jumping down, but I was wondering about all the buttons on the floor. They don't seem to do anything, though. Alright. Now we push the button, and now we just need to get to whatever that middle section is. Or wherever that middle section is, rather. Whee! Whee! I don't know why I didn't figure out the drop down the hole thing sooner. Then again, it didn't take that long, so I guess I shouldn't feel too bad about it. Oh, you know what it is? We probably have to go into the inner ring again where the key doors are. Up one of them is almost certainly going to be where I need to go. Because they all had staircases in them. Well, the worst of the enemies are cleared. Let's go ahead and check these chests again, too. That's what I was hoping for. An actual healing potion. That gives us back longevity in here, so I'll actually use one of my food potions as well. Alright. Oh, found the boss immediately. What's that whole long hallway, then? Or is this how we got here? No, we got here through the middle. So... what's with the long hallway? Oh, maybe the long hallway's on the other side of the teleporter. I don't know if I want to go to the boss, though. If I go to the boss, I might die. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. If he starts to really kick my ass, I could always warp away. Oh, isn't it that hard? I don't have any magic is gonna be the one downside to this. I don't have any other heals, so if he starts going nuts when one dies or something, we're gonna be in trouble. I also can't tell which one I've done more damage to or anything, because they look like they're the same thing. Actually, the smartest play might be to just stand here, because I don't think they ever hit this spot. So I can... oh, nope. They thought of that. They really didn't appreciate me being cheeky. Oh no, if you just stay in the middle, they just do that in general. Okay, let's not and say we did then, shall we? That was a fast way to lose, like, all of my health. If I don't see some headway here soon, I'm gonna warp away. If I can even escape Wing mid-boss fight, which I've never actually tested that I can think of. Yeah, now we're out of here. Later. We know what to do now, at least. We know how to get through that whole place. Just gonna take time to do it again. But I didn't want to throw away all that money and all the levels we picked up. Double check the pricing. I know we just bought the clown rings, which were the one that was an 800 item. 28, 32, 32. Okay. So our next thing's gonna be getting double attack, which is gonna be great. Hey, you could also downgrade, but I don't know why you would. That doesn't make sense to me. Because you don't get much money back. In fact, I don't think you even get money back at all. So I don't know what the point to that thought would be. So, Big downside to our current situation is we're just going to be running back through the medieval castle again. The upside is, based on how much money we picked up while we were in there, if I run back through the whole place again, we'll get enough to upgrade our staff. So I guess we'll do it. It's either that or I go stick my nose into somewhere else for fun. In fact, you know what? Let's do something brave and stupid for a moment here, shall we? For the sake of keeping things interesting. So this is not as brave and stupid as I could be. Because this is just the other place that has slimes guarding it after all. I could have gone Boulder, which technically I had actually intended to go Boulder. Because I was actually aiming to go where the birds were, but I went to the wrong place and I just committed at this point. I don't remember which place is here, though. I know I've definitely cleared through these red guys before. One of the times after I beat the desert, I want to say I went into this area next. So this might still be the samurai area, even though it's all swampy. Eventually we'll get through these guys. If I had the actual manual in hand, I would actually be referring to it right now while I'm fighting these guys, but it's as a PDF on my other monitor, so... Now, let me just take a look. What are my location options again? This might be ocean. I don't think it's ice, it might be samurai. Mountain, I'm almost certain, is where the birds are guarding. It's killer birds and rodents on that place, so it would make the most sense. Though, the ocean does refer to a trip through the forest, so this might be ocean on the other side of here. We'll find out. But since it's somewhere I've been before, I would figure it's the samurai area. But maybe I have been to the ocean, I just don't remember it. There's many things I've forgotten in life. As it stands, I've already drained over 100 life just getting through here. It's interesting. These slimes are tougher, but they're not as numerous as the other slimes were. Well, I say that, and now that's changed. Oh, right, they poison. Oh, this is bad. We're gonna have, like, no resources getting in here. On the bright side, we did gain a level. Okay, let's run back off screen a bit, because they seem to stop spawning once they're off screen, so we can kind of just shimmy in and out. Once they start hitting critical mass of spawns. There we go. Breakthrough achieved. Remember, use your enemy's weaknesses against them. Do not try to leverage your strength against their strength at all times. Oh, there's birds here too, huh? And damage floor. the bright side, the birds aren't that tough. They're just numerous. There we go, that spawner's gone. Imagine ending up going here not realizing you shouldn't be here first, and you got through all the slimes somehow, and then you had to deal with this nonsense. But as you can see, it is doable with the gear we have. You can actually like make headway here. It's just way harder. How much more? Oh, that much more. Yep, it is the samurai area. I was right. This place is populated by flames and a bunch of other nasty things. I forgot how kind of jazzy the music here is. Now, jazzy is not the word I wanted for it, but it's kind of funky and I kind of enjoy it. I don't know if it fits really, but it's neat. I like it. Haunted Folly, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Welcome in. You're just in time for me to be, well, going on a folly of my own, really, if you think about it, because I've gone into an area I don't belong in with the gear I have. But hopefully y'all are doing well, and if any of you who both Haunted Folly yourself and anyone that came in with you who need to raid and run, please do so. It's always important to take care of yourselves. And for those that don't know me, I'm Dracomut. I play a lot of old games, indie games, anything weird or old, you probably will find it here. Welcome in, Cypher Lore. Yeah, I had to bail out of the last area we were in. And so I stepped back and went to a harder area, because that was a good idea. Oh, thank you. It's a mix of this is what I was able to make and also trying to recapture how my memory of things was. So it ends up working out well. Yeah, I've made everything that gets used on this stream. In fact, here, let me show you a couple neat things, because I've got a few of these. I've got this one that I use when I'm doing anything a little bit more high up tech-wise. I had done a big egg randomizer involving Castlevania Circle of the Moon, so I used this one. This was for Metroid. This one's not as good. This one was a bit of a rush job. This one was for Time Spinner. We've been doing a lot of Dark Cloud 2, so I specifically made this one for that. And then this was for the Halloween special, though this will be making a return before too long as well. And then this one's specifically for headliners, so I need to make more specific ones than that. Yeah, that one's proven to be a favorite, which is why it'll be coming back for the holiday one too. And I do also do commission work, so if anybody needs things like that, I would be happy to help them make it happen. Why are the slimes back? They're supposed to be gone. Oh no, I think I might have run past. Oh no, there's definitely a lot more than there should be here. Unfortunately, I have to, yeah. Then tell them to stop trying to kill me. Yeah, exactly. Cypher. You gotta do the thing and then it'll be improved later. Because if you never do the thing at all, well then you're never gonna accomplish anything. I definitely destroyed all these spawners. Why are they back? They're not supposed to come back. Ah, yeah, that would do it. I'll be doing them a favor then. Oh, hey, conveniently, there's the link for where the commissions are, because I'm running a half-off sale on them, too. Now, did I miss it, or did we end up not? Yeah, we didn't end up talking about what you were doing before. There we go. Ooh, Song of Horror. I've heard of that, but I've not actually seen it myself. Hell yeah. Always good to see the first one come in, and hopefully there'll be many more. Yeah, this is specifically for the Sega CD, by the way. I think I mentioned that, and then I got sidetracked on 1,000 other thoughts, as tends to happen. There we go, we finally escaped the nightmare I was in. So we are definitely not strong enough to go in there. That's what we've learned from that. Oh, one of those kind of control issues, okay. Yeah, I could see there being a problem there. To be fair, I've had very similar issues with at least one of the Alone in the Darks too, so somehow that ends up matching up, and it may very well be intentional at that point. Let's go this way. I know I can get through the medieval castle. Yep, there we go. Controls are screwy. This order is upsetting. Oh, we might die here, actually. Yep, this is Dungeon Explorer for the Sega CD. The predecessors to Dungeon Explorer were TurboGrafx games, from what I recall. There's a few. A lot of them tended to be just ports of other systems, as far as the good ones go. And yeah, the FMV games are usually fun, at least. Even if they're not necessarily what people would consider great. Sewer Shark's brutal. I have some memories of that, and I never understood it either. I can't really help you on that one. The manual helps a lot from what I've heard, yeah. There are, I think, like, access codes or something in there that you need at some point? Something along those lines? Yeah. The amount of games I never understood when I was young because I didn't have the manual / didn't read the manual because dumb kid happens sometimes, but you know, that's a whole other situation. Yeah, I think we're just going back to the medieval castle. I don't think we're getting into any of the other areas to show anything off. Wait, why are they back again? That's exactly the same situation I had a lot of the time, too. Buying used and things like that ends up leading to just having to figure it out. And obviously, same cases I'm sure you had, it was the pre-internet area. Oh, did it end up getting knocked askew? Oh, you mean it's ending up on top of the gear there. That's been happening. Yeah, I know what happened there. I had moved it when I had moved something else into place, and then I forgot to fix it. There you go. That's been broken that way for a little bit now, because I had done that when I was running a donathon to make space for something else, so they didn't override each other. That is Squonk Chat. I have a link for that bookmarked, so I'll just grab it for you. It's a good one. reasonably customizable and completely free to use. There you go. There's the link to download it. It's good stuff. And yeah, exactly. Manuals tended to have like little bits of extra information. Like, for example, this game doesn't tell you about the stats as particularly or what they mean. Or more importantly, there are some amulets that you'd have to trial and error what they do and hope you can figure it out if you didn't have the manual to tell you what it did. Nothing major, but still useful information. But I've definitely seen a lot of games where you wouldn't even be able to start them properly without the manual. Because you wouldn't even know how to begin to do anything. I don't think I've ever heard of Game Chat Fontificator. Yeah, exactly. They would either put in a lot of in-character information that was interesting or actually being important. And yeah, the secret letter that came in with the Star Tropics box that you had to have, otherwise you couldn't finish the game. It's always unfortunate when a good piece of equipment you're using doesn't get updated anymore, so you end up having to change it out. If I was better at code, I probably would be making my own things there too, just so I wouldn't have to have concerns about that, but that's also just asking too many things of myself at that point. You can't spread yourself too thin, otherwise you're not gonna be able to get anything done. Hell yeah. Especially with all the other things expected of doing streaming as a full-time job, it just gets to be too many things you're trying to do at once. Like, I for one haven't even gotten into the rabbit hole that is editing. So to be honest, I'm not sure I ever will. Edited content is a whole other animal. Very useful and important one, though. I mean, it's useful at any stage because it can be huge for helping get discoverability going, because Twitch's discoverability is garbage. But it also depends on just how many plates you want to spin at the same time. That's fair. I kind of just ripped the band-aid off on that myself by just keeping a VOD channel going. It's like, you know what? I can't be upset about my content if I'm always making sure that it's, you know, it lives forever, basically. Because you just kind of get used to it being forever in the air at that point. Huh, that's weird. Though YouTube is a bit of a disaster zone, so it's understandable that there would be an issue somewhere. I was fortunate because I had a YouTube channel long before I even started streaming, because I had actually tried to do an old Let's Play channel, like 12 plus years ago now. God, I don't even remember how long ago that was. But I basically just resurrected that, renamed it, and turned it into the VOD channel. So I didn't have to fight with YouTube about making anything new. But no, none of the content from that channel exists anymore. I just set all that on fire at that time. Just like, nope, this is all trash. Get this out of here. Absolutely. Thank you again for the raid. It was good to meet you. Hopefully you will enjoy your dinner when it's done. Busy day, huh? Trying to fit it in right after or getting dinner sorted and having done on a set before that. I've heard good things about Eyes of Hellfire. It can be important to take those breaks. More often than not, when I've done two separate things, I'm stubborn and I just push through. But highly recommend taking breaks. Yeah, that would take a little bit of time. Just a bit. That makes sense, yeah. I used to have more stamina than I have now. Getting sick kind of threw that whole thing out of whack a bit. Confusing's definitely an accurate term for Eyes of Hellfire from what I've heard from the people I know that had played it. Definitely takes a few sessions to start getting a handle on it properly. Already 3.5 hours in. It's probably not going to be too awful long because I'm not planning on finishing this today. Probably only like another hour and a half or so. But by then I'm also going to be like deflating and dying out for the day. Absolutely, thank you. Let's see. I think I didn't go up this corner yet. Having done all these corners before and having to redo them makes me question everything about what I'm doing. Like, did I do this one? Did I do that one? I think we only did top left, and then I started going in circles to clear all the chests out. There's a set of switches in all of these that you have to go hit in order to have any room to move in the boss fight at the end of this place. So honestly, this might just turn into a gold collecting trip so we can buy the better weapon to be in a better position for this boss. Because while we did get lucky and find a power glove, it's not gonna last. Everything disappears after you leave the dungeon, and other than your actual equipment. You can't just start stockpiling potions or anything, which is something I don't think I ever fully understood when I was a kid playing this. Because you would think I would have remembered that, and I didn't. There was a lot of things I didn't know about this when I was young. Good, a healing potion I can carry. Now, I don't think I'll ever end up covering the TurboGrafx games. In part because I think one of them only has a fan patch for English? Oh, absolutely, yeah. You can end up just sending yourself down a complete wrong line of thought about something. Like, I remember coming up with all kinds of wacky theories about how some game mechanics worked, only to find out, oh yeah, no, everything you thought there, no, that was completely wrong. The classic overactive imagination of youth kicking in to fill in the blanks where logic It doesn't exist yet. I used to think that there was like just massively complicated systems to some games. Turns out no, they were actually like incredibly simple. I just completely missed the point that it was trying to make, so it made no sense. And I don't really have like a specific example of that because it happened multiple times. Don't mind the sprites flickering there, everything's fine. Don't really want to burn my magic. There we go. We have healing potions, so we can go ahead and just tank our way to victory a little bit here. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat on that one, too. It has been quite some time. So they either get lost to the ages or they start blurring together and it just becomes a mess. Yeah, you know, no, we can funnel this. We can funnel this. I was debating hitting this with magic, but they have to come at me one at a time anyway. Or they'll get stuck on each other. That's always helpful. There we go. We got through the worst of them. We'll be able to start hitting the spawner here in a moment. That's always fun, yeah. Like, look, I found a thing. How did you, what did you, how, what? Or those times where you'll find out later, oh, you accidentally were doing speedrun tech the whole time. Like, I forget what game it was, but there was a situation where you could actually jump twice. Turns out you were never supposed to be able to jump twice in that game, but I learned even at a young age that you could actually jump twice if you... I wanted to say it was a weird glitch where if you paused at a certain time, you could jump again. It was a whole weird situation with that. Problem is, there's a lot of games with weird nonsense like that, and I just cannot remember what it was anymore. Or finding out you played a game, like, almost entirely backwards. That's one I've actually had to deal with as well. Oh, that's always a mixed bag there. Like, oh hey, I found something. Oh god, I found something. So Yonoid is a trip and a half of a game to begin with. Not one I can say I've played that much myself, but it's definitely an odd one from what little bit I've interacted with it. Like, you would think as somebody who thrives on weird nonsense as much as I do, that would have been one I would have done something with. But it's also a fairly known quantity weird one, so it's like, I didn't feel any need to deal with that. So focusing on weird games definitely puts you into an awkward position after a while when you start running low on weird things that you know anything about. This is a bad situation right here. We're not making good headway here because we don't have enough attack power. Turns out they also hit me with disorder occasionally. Great. I don't have enough power to actually clear these guys. This is bad. This is really bad. Like, we are fighting just straight up a losing battle here. Oh, yeah. Those are a rare one to happen across accidentally. Like, I can't say I've ever been in that position myself. But I could definitely see how that would happen. Because you try to be funny, or you just name it the name of the game depending on how you're angling for that, and you end up in this situation where everything's way harder than it's supposed to be. Because I don't think it even gives you a warning about that at either, does it? You're just suddenly in challenge mode, basically. You know what? Let's once again try something bold and stupid. Can I even make any headway here? The answer may surprise you in that it's not really. I mean, sort of we can, but we are very rapidly dying trying that idea. How about these guys? There's less of them. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, because that shuffles a bit. It's kind of like the Master Quest stuff from some of the others, where the dungeons are a bit more difficult and they're cycled around a bit, like some of the paths are changed and things like that, different puzzles, etc. Okay, this is doable, but not very. So I really do think we don't have any choice but to do the medieval castle right now. I just need to avoid that one particular tower that we got stuck in. If I go up there without enough strength, I won't be able to get back out. Or go up there and make sure I have magic available. Oh yeah, it's very important to know your positioning and your timing so you can get past the spawners or just raw power. Like, if it tells you anything, we're almost 4 hours in, and this is the second dungeon we're managing to make any headway in. It took us most of those 3 hours to get through the first dungeon. And they're not long dungeons, they're just tough. And while the mage isn't the most powerful choice, it is a reasonably effective choice, since he's got screen clearing magic he can use. I do think I would have been making faster progress if I chose the knight with his triple shot, because he'd be clearing rooms a lot faster. Not to mention just having higher raw starting power. There's plenty of games that are just like, oh, you thought you were gonna make progress? Perish. And this is designed to be up to 4 players, so it may just be that they designed it from the ground up, expecting you to be in with at least one other person, rather than doing it solo. That can very easily make all the difference. Though I remember still struggling on the occasions where the multiplayer was used, because it is a division of resources at that point. But you do at least have the force multiplier of multiple characters attacking. Okay, we're getting much luckier on the items this time, because we got 2 camp pots that restore food and health. And we got Power Glove, so my damage problem is solved. Which, that's another layer to it, of course, is there's an element of RNG to this a little bit based on what items you pick up on your way in. That can make or break a run at a dungeon. If it doesn't have spawners, it's not Gauntlet. You might be thinking of one of the Ikari Warriors games, but no, later installments of Ikari Warriors I don't think went up to 3 or 4. That is possible. I need to escape wing out. Okay. I put myself in a bad position. I realized too late I didn't have magic, so I had to waste all of those good things we got. That's such a shame. But it was better than dying. Yeah, because you just kind of run over them for the most part. Because as you're clearing the enemies, you'll usually have thrown enough shots to break the spawner behind them. I definitely know what you mean there. Technically, there's an advantage to dying in this game, because the gold in that main middle area respawns every time you leave the game and come back, including dying. So technically, I would have actually made more gold if I died, but I wanted to keep the experience. So it's just like, okay, I gotta make a trade here. It's kind of funny, the manual even says, hey, the gold on Freedom Hill will reappear if you save and quit. Do that until you have what you need or you get bored. Like almost word for word. Oh, there we go, we got a power glove again, but it was only a 1-point instead of a 3-point glove. I really should hit the spawners that are on this ring too, but I already opened this, so it's like, well, I gotta deal with this now first. Except I'm not gonna be able to, so you know what, we'll just deal with that in a minute. The couple skeletons leaking through and chasing me are fine, I'll deal with them as they show up. Yeah, the main thing to watch out for when you're going through the desert dungeon, which is the first one, is mostly just getting poisoned by the scorpions and running out of food and dying because you get lost in there. This place is more straightforward, but the enemies are stronger. Technically, according to the way the manual phrases it, you can do this place or the desert first. As it says an inexperienced adventurer can get through here. Whereas it refers to the desert something along the lines of an inexperienced adventurer can get through if they're smart. So both kind of imply similar things to my mind. Why am I having so much trouble getting past these spawners now? Then again, I've used my magic a lot, so that might be the entire problem. As you can see, our fire magic is pretty effective. If it trimming their numbers down, though it's not being as effective suddenly either, which is a little weird. Then again, I think we did get used to having a power boost that I no longer have, so that might be part of the problem. Circling back around to how I got out here to go hit these inner ring spawners from a better angle. It's worth noting, all you gain from levels is just more max health, so I'm not going to inherently be able to do more damage just because I'm gaining more levels. Which is why gold matters so much. On the bright side, this is technically a game that gets easier with each subsequent playthrough, as long as you stay on this file. Because you can actually pass gold from one character down to the next one. So any spare gold you have left over after beating the game with one character, for example, you can then use that gold on the next one to get a jump start. Use that heal potion to get out of peril. Okay. Just need a little bit more. Once we have our attack increase, this place is gonna be nothing. Because we already got to the boss of this place once with the same amount of power we have right now. So having 3 more attack will break this place wide open. No, don't go up that staircase. Go up the other one. So that was the one that led to problems over there. Or I do believe. This one's just got ghosts and skeletons. It'll be fine. I just need to not go up too high. Actually, wait, no. This, I think, might be the exact one I just got stuck in a moment ago. Wanted to keep this one from flooding out as badly, and that was not exactly my best decision. This does have 4 chests in it, though, which will help. Got an escape wing, which will allow me to bail out when things inevitably go awry again, so we got that going for us. A lot of magic. Magic is one thing you can carry out of the dungeon with you. You can carry up to 9 magic charges at any given time. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna power back through here, because that'll get us the money we need. And then it'll be back in here again to actually take care of this dungeon. Which will still be faster than getting through the last one. So in theory, we may actually start being able to make more headway as we continue to get stronger and stronger. Because I do feel like this might also be a case of a game that gets easier the further in you get to a certain degree, because as your power scales more. Exactly. Knowledge is power. And as much as I may ignore my limitations at times, it's important to acknowledge them. Oh right, I have 4 items. I'm so used to having the backpack that lets me carry more. Amulet, Power Glove. Ooh, you know what? Hang on, we got potential here suddenly. Because we have as much attack as I would have if I went and bought the weapon. Yep. Sometimes I'm circling because I'm lost, sometimes I'm circling because I'm grinding. So I understand how it could be hard to tell which one I'm doing at any given time. So I did just get 2 power gloves that lead to 9 strength total. I might actually just make a play for getting through this place. I mean, this is also true, yeah. Now I have more strength than I would if I actually went and bought the weapon, so now I feel like I have to just go for it. And we have plenty of food, so no real concern there. Look at that difference. Just eating through these guys. This active amulet's just gonna be a little bit of an issue because the screen can't keep up with me anymore. What a difference tripling my strength makes. I'm also so fast that I don't even take much damage from the spikes, so I don't have to pay attention to the spikes. Just take one hit from them and just keep going. It's just a little hard to hit staircases. Your speed. Stairs, please. Just bear in mind, I'm doing all this with the D-pad, so sometimes hitting exactly where I want to go in a perspective like this can be interesting. Yeah. This is why I don't usually use these active amulets if I can help it, but I needed the inventory slot. So it's like, well, this is the only thing I can waste and not feel as bad about it. So here we are. This is my life now. Because they don't wear off. You can only replace an amulet with another amulet or leave the dungeon. So this is my life. That was one thing I had the hardest time realizing, is the fact that these amulets don't wear off. Just like the gloves don't wear off till you leave. There we go, there's the backpack that'll solve all those problems. Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes you might need, like, the fast amulet to keep yourself from dying because you're about to run out of food. So it's like, well, I don't have a choice. I have to give up the thing I like in order to be able to survive. But now I can't get that amulet back unless I find another one. More of these guys, but now they're just a joke comparatively because of our increased power. Nom 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 nom. Don't even have to use my magic to clear this. I could just chew right through. This is very nice after what we've been going through. Grab these. That switch. Now, I'm betting there's probably a strategy to actually only flipping some of the switches to contain where the boss can run to. as well, but I'm gonna go ahead and just hit him all because this way he doesn't just stand in place and beat the hell out of me. Because for those coming in later on, the boss of this area we've already seen is a pair of like chimeras that go running around the room. But if they see you standing in the middle, they will just stand there and stab you with their tails over and over again. So I'm figuring they'll also do that if they run out of running space. And I'd rather just let him run around. It'll make the fight take longer, but it means I don't get destroyed. Wow. Another active amulet, okay. If that had been like a fast amulet or something, I would have absolutely made the trade. And so I can go back to normal speed and have control of my life again. Exactly. Okay, we can officially afford any one thing in the shop now. Oh, as far as the next tier up goes. Which means if we manage to win the boss fight, we'll get even more money from that, and we'll actually be able to go into the next area in a much better position, potentially. Welcome back, Haunted Folly. Nice, nice. Don't mind me being too fast for the screen to keep up. Everything is fine. Burn everything. Burn it all. Except the food. Don't burn the food. I have achieved true power and they can no longer stop me. Yeah. The amount of time it took me to figure out that I was supposed to jump in those holes is upsetting to think about when I was here initially. Exactly. It's just good advice. Not the Klondike bar, no. Surprised they still run Klondike bar ads. I haven't had a Klondike bar in a long time. Almost all of our health back. We actually have so much health that I can't actually use one potion to heal anymore. What a world I live in. I would have stopped since the ads are running, but honestly, I'm just retreading old ground, so it's not like anybody's missing anything important. I think bottom right here's the only one I haven't done yet, because I started at the top right. No, I didn't do top right. But I also didn't do bottom right. But actually, while the ad's running, I see a notification. Let me get rid of that. Yeah, I have seen the weird Wendy's Alienware ad a bunch. Annoyingly. There we go. Clean up all those notifications. Back to blasting. Oh wait, no, I have been over here already because the chests are gone. I think, oh, that's right. I did start in that corner on this go-around. I remember things sometimes. Just gotta keep an eye on that food meter. The food meter runs out, we're in trouble. Because your health starts draining once the food's all gone. Oh wait, because we ran past all the spikes here. Yeah, I already did this one too. We're missing one, and I think it must be the top left one that I'm missing then. No disorder. I can't attack. There we go. Welcome back from Ad Hell. You've missed nothing because I miscounted the doors I went through, so I had to figure out which corner I came from and where I needed to go. But wait, I did the top left. I did the bottom right, and I did the top right. Did I not do the bottom left? Or is this the one I didn't do? No, I definitely did this one too, because this was the one I had to drop down the holes in. Did I just not pick up the 2 keys in one of them, and that's why I'm confused? That'd be a hell of a thing. Unfortunately, it's still 2025. Okay, I think I'm going the right way again now. If this is also still wrong, I'm going to go ahead and just go straight to the boss, and whatever door's in the way, well, that door's gonna be in the way. That is frequently a worrying statement. Wait, no, this is the one with the holes. But everything is blurring together. Oh god. Could you imagine if that just causes the year not to change? Just somehow we're just stuck in 2025 forever? Or all because an ad was run at exactly the last possible second? Too late. Fighting evil with evil. This is how I operate. Everyone's sense of time is already going to be devastated to begin with. It's only going to get worse from here. Where are you? Ah, that might be why. Entirely possible. I have somehow managed to get around that way, and I don't entirely understand how. I know multiple people whose names could shorten to any of those 3, so I'm not 100% sure. I appreciate it. No, I don't actually know any of those off the top of my head. Doesn't ring a bell off the top of my head either. Wait, no, I've been here too. I just didn't grab the keys. I was right. I just didn't grab all 8 keys. God damn it. This is one of those, like, endless rabbit hole scenarios, like, where it could be anybody. Because it could also be a situation where I raided someone that you got raided into, and that's how the connection got made, too. I've gotten confused so many times by scenarios like that. It's like, well, I have to have found you somehow. It's like, but how, where, when? We'd be here all day if I did that. And that would also assume I remember all of them at this point. Assuming you're remembering right about it being from a shout-out in a stream, that does narrow it down a bit, at least. There's another one that ends up getting me confused, is I end up picking up people from, like, Blue Sky and such, and then never actually having the time to show up to one of their streams until way after I forget that that's where I found them. So it just ends up turning into this whole mystery from there, like, where? What? Wait, no, I do remember that. Oh god, who was that? Whose chat was that in? That has not happened that often. And this was, what, like a month ago? So I feel like it wasn't that long ago, because otherwise I would not actually have that click in my brain. Last few weeks... Notable, like, newer ones I rated Honeyberry, rated Rin, but I think those both would have been the same pool of people, and I don't think that was it. I would recognize you specifically if you were in some of those chats, so it wouldn't be any of those. I'm filtering. It's taking a second. Brain is processing. Let me not run out of food while I'm processing here. Actually, I have a way to check. Somewhat check, at least. Because now I'm curious. Because I always mark who I rated at the end of the day. So if I just go back a bit and run off of the names that I don't go to all the time, because I don't think you were in with Squeaky Ducky. That's one I don't go to super often. So that's a possible. I don't think it was from when I raided Mochi. So I remember most of that chat. Kraken Viara is another one that I had only rated the once not that long ago. That was a couple weeks back. That might have been it. So I don't think it was from one of the ones during the Dragon Pelago, so it wouldn't have been Argo or unless it's one I forgot to list. But I don't think so. If it was only in the last couple weeks, those are the ones that stick out to me. Nope, don't recognize that name either. So honestly, I am very bad about not popping up in a lot of places. Okay, I did miss a door. So I didn't hit one of the switches. I know of a couple of them, but I've not been in their streams too often. Is usually the time zones and such don't line up. So I wouldn't know them from a shout out or anything offhand. Those would be like mostly people I interact with a bit on like Blue Sky and such. So those probably aren't the ones you're thinking of either. This is kind of working. Because they can't run past this wall here, so they keep running over me over and over again here. Like, Dilly Dally's a slime, I believe. Shiro is a slime. Remy's a slime dragon, but I don't go over there, like, at all. And I don't think no, I've never raided Remy either. Nope, that name doesn't ring any bells either. I do know many kobolds, but that is not one of them. There we go. What an exciting boss fight, standing in place and throwing fireballs until the boss died. Nope, that doesn't ring a bell either. AJ. Yeah, no, that would be familiar to a night of D&D as well. I threw a fireball at the monster, and then the monster stopped moving eventually. And then I threw another fireball to make sure. We have lots of money suddenly. So let's see about making some purchases. Let's get that flame... actually, we'll just skip the flame staff and just go straight to the light rod. His attack power's been... Oh, wait, no, we can go straight to the spark rod. Sometimes it may have to remain a mystery. Larger blue orbs and twice as much attack power. Actually, no, 3 times. 4 times. 4 times? 4 times. Because we had 3 before, and now we have 12. The world is our oyster. We have power now. Jay out here with the forbidden magic, I see. Remember when these things took multiple hits to kill? Really wasn't that long ago. And suddenly, we're just nuking them. I'm pretty sure well, you know what? No. Let's not go here. This is a silly place. Full of poison and flames that I don't feel like dealing with. I'm gonna try to take our newfound power. We're gonna pivot in a weird direction. Excellent. That's what forbidden magic is for. Okay, yeah, we can clear these pretty well too. Let's see this place, because I've never actually successfully gotten into here in the past, I don't think. This is also true. Non-magical missile can in fact be more effective than magic missile at times. Now we're just gonna have a wizard duel going on in the chat. And you know what? This is fine. People have to settle their differences somehow. No, I accidentally broke that spawner while I was trying to deal with the other one. Why is the tile set here the same as the other place? They run out of tiles. They might have run out of tiles. Oh, now there's... That explains why there was birds in the other one, too. Now they're just getting evil out here. This might be the mountain over here. You know what? Hell yeah. You are resistant to the cringe element. Congratulations. Being immune to the status effect of embarrassment must be very nice. This might be the mountain? I don't actually know where this is, but I've seen this picture before. Nope, this is ice. Digging the music here. No idea where I'm going. Wait, that key is frozen. How? What? Do I just keep hitting it? Nope. Can't push it. Can't melt it. Oh god, it was a trap. Yeah, it has been a little bit of time, yeah. Interesting, so that lock was a fake, and then I get the key, and then I open this lock to actually... Ah. Oh, okay, the icicles fly from there. Oh yeah, it's a cursed amulet. Okay, as long as I don't go in the middle, I seem to be mostly safe. Aside from there. Oh, I need to shoot through these, though. Okay. Yeah, you know, this place is terrible. This place sucks. I wish to leave. I regret my decision to come here, and I wish to not be here anymore. On the bright side, I heard the chime, so Nope, these guys still spawn. Never mind. We're dead. That's fine. Yeah. Running out of spells now. Oh, just that. Okay. Oh, right. I forgot when you die, you also get the spell charges in here back. Okay, you know what? Dying might have been useful, actually. Sometimes dying is helpful. We can get the gold from up here again, but those spell charges are going to be more important, I think, at this point. Let's see where else we can actually get into and see. Okay, yeah, I can kill these guys. They're a little durable, but I can get through them. Why is everywhere a swamp? I was kind of hoping to see some more unique tile sets, and we're not getting that much of them now. Everywhere is a swamp. Full of damaged tiles. Oh wow, this is actually way more swamp than I thought. Coming through. Just running. I mean, this is true. Same with sewer levels. I'm gonna have an awful time on my way out of this place, though, because I did not clear that last room. So I'm gonna be running back out of here nearly dead again, and I'm just going to perish. Not that I'm gonna have any health going into the dungeon, either. What the hell am I looking at here? Oh, they poison. Oh, everything is awful. There's distinct odds of us not even making it to this dungeon at this rate. My curiosity may have come at a higher cost than I can pay. I'm gonna have to use the last of my magic just to even have it. Nope. Can't even go through there because the damaged tiles are unpassable without taking damage, so that's just over. Okay, so we're not going that way either. It's looking like I might have to go to the samurai area just because it's the only one I can survive getting to. But we have one more angle to try. We didn't go over here to the right. Okay, these are dying faster than the ones with the capes. So this is swampy too, because everything apparently has to be swamps now. Like, we just had two bland forest areas, and then everywhere is forest but has swamp in it, too. That's more than a little bit disappointing. This is so far much more achievable than the other two, though, so we'll see what's on the other side of here, hopefully. I say, knowing full well I might just run into some kind of horrifying abominations in here before I even make it to the end of it. Case in point. Stronger type of harpies, I presume. Though, they're dying pretty quickly, so these might actually be the harpies you're supposed to fight first, and then the purple ones are next. Can't tell. So far, still not that big a deal. We lost some health on our way through here, but not, like, a crazy amount. And at least we're not constantly getting hit with disorder this time, so we're not letting them hit me much, so that might have something to do with it. Oh god, more of the lizards. These are weaker. These are weaker lizards. This is doable. So many of them, though. If I wasn't using my magic, I think we'd be in trouble here. And just think, this is like the second to last weapon I can buy, too. Okay, we made it. Where is this? This might be the mountain. Kinda creepy looking. Oh no, this is ocean, I think, with all the water leaking through. Great, this place likes to shoot at me. That's wonderful. I don't know, maybe I was right the first time, because the mountain was listed as having reapers in it. But maybe the ocean has reapers too, who knows. That's a solid amount of gold right there. And these are reasonable to get rid of. Not a fan of all the, like, bullet rocks everywhere, but other than that, this place isn't too bad. There we go, just lure the worst of them around that corner so I can deal with this spawner. Sure is a lot of death in here, though. I fucked up. I fucked up bad. For some reason, I didn't process that they were able to go around that corner. And more to the point, how many of them were going to be able to go around that corner. Okay, so our two options are go there and have an awful time, or go to the samurai area and have a slightly less awful time. Understood, we're going to the slightly less awful place. And this time I'll save having picked up these 4 spells, so if we die again, I'll at least have 8 spells to use to try to fix the problem. That seems like as good a plan as any. Just gotta run back over old territory again. I say old territory, but we've only been over here once, so it's not that old. Yeah, judging from how short the path here is, too, I think this is meant to be the 3rd one. And yeah, we just delete the flames with our 12 attack, so yeah, this is definitely much more doable than the other places we were looking at. Oh good, I'm poisoned. Joke's on you, that just means I'm fast. Still not sure why poison makes you move fast in this game. It just does. That's more of an issue. Now my controls are screwbally. But I can still attack with this particular set of disorder, so you know what? This is fine. I'll just keep attacking. There we go. You just have to hit those. I remember this place being kind of confusing. But that was also younger me who didn't understand a lot of things, so it's probably fine. So I'm pretty sure I just have to push those two... Just push 2 samurai statues down and then the door will open. And I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't understand it because I shot the samurai statue and nothing happened, so I didn't try, like, walking all the way up to it to push on it or anything. There's another key. Presumably there's another statue over there because I see the same kind of lamps that was near the statue up there. There's a bunch of them all over the map, so hard to say. has a lot of flames. How about we just do that? There we go. You know, level the playing field a little bit. Flame versus flame. Now the door will presumably be open. So I don't think the statues themselves actually opened the door. I'm pretty sure it activated the spawner, which is where the flame came from that set the door on fire. Got some kind of orc samurais here. Okay, I'm gonna have to go in all the rooms, so you know what? Everything perish in flames. Yep, never mind. Taking a nap. Everything perish in my dreams. There we go. Gonna go out on a limb and assume there's a particular order to these, then. That's usually the reason why something like that doesn't work. Now that two of them haven't worked, it's really seeming likely like there's a particular pattern. Now, the question becomes, how do they expect me to figure out the pattern? Or is it like one on each side? It might only be one on each side. Oh no, I've lowered two, it looks like, so I need to lower the third one. I think I might have just accidentally did the right one. You know what, we take those, we out. Like, I genuinely had no idea what I was picking there. Oh, it's a cursed amulet of putting me to sleep, huh? That could be a very big problem, actually. Because that might be sleep that doesn't wear off. Oh, never mind, we're good. Oh, good. I did that to pick up the item, and what was the item? Another cursed amulet. Yay! Right, that's why this place is awful. It has invisible holes in the floor. That's why this place is confusing. Because they do that dirty pool. Now the thing is, though, this doesn't make sense. Unless the order of switches I press determines where I get sent up here, but that doesn't make sense either. That one doesn't work. It was this one that we hit, and then it was the one below the one on the left that we just hit. That we had activated and had it work before. I think it was this one? It was either this one or the one right underneath it that had worked. Nope, it's gonna be the one underneath it. One way or the other, we'll make it work. Or not? Is it a different pattern now? Is it gonna be two on the right because I started with one on the left? The only way to find out is to press all the buttons. Yeah, no, it is another one on the right now. So it does change. Which probably did a lot towards me not understanding what the hell was going on here back then. But it does send me to the same place. The whole problem is I'm missing a key, I think. Because I don't have a key, and I think this is just a locked door here. So I think this is meant to send you down if you don't have a key. But then how do I get to the one on the other side? I did not mean to use my magic, but well, I've done it now. Yeah, because the only hole to drop down into is this one. Other than just going back down and going back into that room. None of these rooms had a key in it, right? Just gonna quickly wipe out as many of these spawners as I can. And then we'll start collecting from them. It'll make it easier to check for keys when I can just clean house. Well, that'll actually help me search. Never mind. Okay, so none of the ones on the left have any keys. Like, did I just miss a key in the first part that I was supposed to bring with me? It doesn't help that the music here has like this aura of confusion about it because it's just slightly weird music. I like it, but it's a little weird. It's probably why I like it, admittedly. Reminds me of something, but I can't quite put my finger on what. Hex, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you all had a great time. You're just in time for me to be lost in a Japanese castle of some kind full of murder flames and orc samurais. Ah, nice, nice. Hopefully it's been going well while chewing through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I've heard that both of those remakes are good. No keys here, so it has to be a key I missed in the previous area then. Which has to be the key I used in here to get to that one spot. Means that spot must be optional. Or at the very least, maybe you're meant to come back to get another key? Huh. I'm very befuddled by my current situation. We will figure it out. It's just going to take time. I gotta love how I said I wasn't gonna finish this game today, and yet here we are trying to chew through the third dungeon. And after struggling with the first and second so much. Yeah, there's the key that I was talking about. That one right there. I'm gonna knock these down again in case I need these to get back out of here. But I'm pretty sure I only need them to go the other way. Oh, where's my damn brain today? By all means, if y'all need to raid and run or do anything of the sort, be it Hex or anyone that came in with Hex, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves is the most important thing. My brain's a little cooked at this point, so bear with me. Absolutely. We'll get you something to eat. Hopefully you enjoy it. I will endeavor not to burn everything down. Aside from the enemies. The enemies will burn down. And now I have a key. So now I can activate 3 of these statues again. Okay, now it must be a specific pattern that changes each time you enter the room then. Because I was assuming it was based on the first statue I hit, but it isn't. Food potion. Because otherwise we will starve. Because we've been running around in here for a while. Well, now. So thankfully, if I start having hunger issues, I have an escape wing I can use to just get out. So we will not die. I refuse to die with this much money in my pocket. So I don't know if I'll turn it into armor or if I'll turn it into an intelligence increase. Because we definitely can't buy the next weapon. Because the next weapon, I think, is quite literally our last weapon. It's gonna be pricey. Why did so many of them end up spawning behind their spawner? Weird. Like, I'm fine with it because it means it's easier to get to the spawner, but it's just very strange. Like, aha, we'll hide behind the spawner and he'll never see us coming. And, well, they were right about that, but they were wrong about the fact that that was gonna matter at all. Nope, not that one. Must be the next one, then. Or it's actually one of the ones on the other side, and I just somehow didn't hit it correctly, which, you know, these things happen. It's a shame they're not affected by the traps. That'd be funny, watching an enemy start running backwards away from me. There we go. Now we can go up here, go through the key door that I kept not going through before, because we didn't have a key, and get some shuriken thrown at us. Now, I'm pretty sure there's holes in the floor everywhere here. Also, this needed 2 beats. Ha. Ha. I see. Is there a hole here somewhere that I can fall in? There is. But that just puts me over here again. Okay. Wait, where did I... Did this not consume the key? These don't consume keys. I'm a fool. I didn't need a key to begin with. That just looked like a key door. Oh, this game. Touching them just triggers the trap. It doesn't need keys. I have been bamboozled. Swindled, even. God damn it. Well, on the bright side, that makes falling in these holes less bad. I mean, sure, it means I keep taking damage from getting hit with the stars. That's fine. They don't hurt that much, aside from my feelings. Look at this. They're out here telling lies on the internet. Who does that? Like remembering exactly where all of the holes are. I don't know, that good starts to look sarcastic after a while, if you look at it too long. Okay, we made it this far. Maybe I'll be safe if I stand where the door was. I'll be honest with y'all, I half expected that food potion to be a trap. I just trust nothing in this place now. You drop me in one hole and I just engage full trust nothing scorched earth methods. I refuse to be fooled again. Behold, I've become smarter by 1 point, which means I can tell there's still more traps, but I have no idea where they are. Hey, I think I found one, as it turns out. Sometimes, yeah. I had that in the last dungeon. They will keep filling until they can't fit any more enemies in that space. In the last dungeon, they were hitting critical mass because we were way weaker, so I couldn't actually keep up with the way they were spawning. Thanks to having a lot more attack and some potent magic, we don't have that problem too much here. Even if these rooms filled, I could just cast a spell first and clear most of them before even opening the room they're in. Okay. I've gone all the way here. But why? What purpose have I walked this distance? Is there like an invisible wall here somewhere or something? Did they do that too? And I like phase through some of these walls or something? Like, they had to have walked me all the way around this place for a reason. Despite the fact that it looks like there's nothing here, there has to be something somewhere in here. But I cannot, in fact, hurl myself out the window. There's gotta be like a hole or something that I'm supposed to fall into. I can't walk through this wall, and none of this is breakable. Because I would presume my goal is to get to those 2 sets of stairs there. Unless this is all a red herring. This entire section here could just be one giant red herring. I'm getting slapped with it. There's no holes, no breakables, no anything. This could have just been for all the spotters and everything that was up here. Fill my food a bit before we die. I don't understand. Just making sure that they didn't just put the passage right next to where you started as a haha. I say because that's something I would absolutely have done. Huh. It really seems like there's just nothing in this room. I guess I go back? But there was no other paths out of here. I'm so confused. The only other thing I could think of would be to purposely fall in one of those holes, but on the side I want to be on, like over here somewhere. because that entire end path where the staircase was could genuinely have all been a lie. That seems in keeping with the way this place is made to be. Like if there was a hole over here. God damn it, that's not where I was trying to go. So thinking about if there was a hole over here somewhere. Yeah, it still puts me here. Okay, that's not the answer then. Huh. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Haunted Folly. How bad was it? 'Cause I assume it overcooked a bit. Oh. Yikes. Well, hopefully it at least still worked somewhat. The hell am I supposed to be going? If it works, it works. Yeah, every hole leads over here. So, the only other thing I can think of is I missed something in the upper room over there on the right. Absolutely. Take care. Best of luck with your adventures in Eyes of Hellfire. Thank you. Glad to hear it. Hello, Tiny Haj. Hope you're doing well. I do not have a public Discord that I use. I do not have the wherewithal to deal with running one, and I don't have people to run it for me that I would want to have doing it, so it just hasn't happened. We'll see in the future on that one. I do post about it on socials all the time that you can find through the link tree. That's about the best shot anybody will have on that one. Though I am very consistent about being live at the same times every day, and I'm only not live on Sundays and Wednesdays. I'm always active by 2 p.m. Eastern every day other than Thursday. Thursdays are usually more like 5 or 6 p.m. Honestly, that's a fantastic way to be. If I could avoid social media entirely, I would. But it's entirely too useful. Exactly. Entirely understandable. I was the same way for the longest time. I had to adapt in order to function with it at all. And even now, I very much really only use Blue Sky because it's less aggravating comparatively. Though it has its days. Some weeks much more frequent days than others. But, you know, That's just the nature of basically being in the internet equivalent of a large open room where everybody likes to scream at each other. You kind of have to, yeah. Everyone has their own methods. Personally, I find Discord's hard to work with too, because like, well, how do I always keep up with having something to tell the people to keep the Discord alive? It's like, I struggle enough with the small, like, more private ones I have, is they just die. Unless somebody else takes it upon themselves to help keep moving it along constantly, because I can't sit there and just do things with it just for the sake of doing them to keep it running. And if it just becomes an announcement place, then it eventually is just gonna die either way. But that's just how I look at it. Is that's just how it ends up working out for me. Really, there's just no holes here anywhere. Anything. So what the fuck? What do you want from me, video game? What am I supposed to do? Exactly. Oh, wait. So there was a hole all the way in that top left corner, and I just missed it when I was running around. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's more or less the same way I interact with social media. Because functionally, they're the same, it's just the scale is different. Yeah, exactly what Jay said. Whatever method works for you, works for you. That's honestly one of the perks of the internet, is everybody actually can do things their way and find their own way to success. Yep, take care. Ah, that spawner was hiding the exit. This place has been making lots of money for us. Gotta be kind of careful though, because we're getting into stronger enemies and they're gonna be getting piled on me. Wait, magic. Magic solves my problems once again. Just trim down the number of them before I open the door. Because we can't choke point them here because, you know, they're all literally aligned against a gigantic doorway. Oh, there's the boss. Huh. This place was less of a problem to get through than I thought it would be. Let's break open the other one first and see what's in it. That'll help me make my decision whether I burn a heal right now. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and burn the active amulet to grab the gloves, which power glove. Let's see what the boss looks like. Oh, right, it's this fight, the pair of samurai. How much damage do you boys do? Mostly contact damage, huh? You know what, that makes sense. Okay, that's actually a decent amount when you hit with the sword beam. One's dead, though. We're really gonna first try this? Yes, we are. Was that the whole boss fight? No, it wasn't. Now the real fight begins. Okay. You know what, that checks. I'm actually kind of glad I have the active amulet on right now, because dodging all this would be much more difficult at our normal speed. Use the healing potion. Just power through him. And there he goes. We did, in fact, first try the third boss. We had to retry both the other bosses, but we first tried the third one. Oh, what a difference a bit of gear makes, eh? A bit of gear and a lot of levels. You know what? Maybe we will actually beat this game today. If we keep on like this. Though we've seen how much worse everywhere else gets, so we'll see. Exactly. Speaking of proper. Oh, we just barely can't afford the Master Robe to have the highest defense we possibly can. But the rings. Can I have the best rings? I cannot have the best rings. Well, based on the problems we were having getting to the other places, I do feel like I need the defense increase. So the Holy Robe it is. We will double our defense. Yeah, I cannot have maximum swag, only partial swag. So that white robe's not bad. Yeah, Tactical Breach Wizards is very good. I remember enjoying the demo for that. So let's see, we're done with there. We're done with the top right. I didn't grab the gold from here. This wouldn't have been enough to get me the other thing anyway, but might as well grab it. I wasn't sure how to feel about Tactical Breach Wizards at first, when I found out it was a game purely about pushing enemies around. But it ends up being very good. I think it might be worth my while to go back in over here. I have no magic, though, is going to be the only issue. But with higher defense, we should be able to just push our way through. Yeah, that game's full of... There's no way this is something that'll work. But it was actually like an intended part of the game. You gotta really respect the level of nonsense they're willing to go to. I do not remember. Or if I'm honest, because I did the demo back when it was in the next fest that it was in, which was... Oh yeah, I did meet the Traffic Wizard. I do remember the Traffic Wizard. I think he was the last one you actually meet in the demo. Yeah, it's just been a long time, like I said, because that was one of last year's Next Fests, I think it was, that it was in. Might even have been longer ago than that. It was either released last year or released early this year, I believe, yeah. You know, that is actually very helpful. It doesn't work on everybody, but boy oh boy can it make a big difference for some people. Well, myself included. To just go, wait, what model did I use? That one. Okay, yeah, that was this year. Or that was this month particularly. Getting through here way better this time. The lizards are still going to be an issue, so we're going to be hurting when we go into this area still. But I do think we can actually make this work. Maybe not. We're getting chewed up by the lizards pretty bad. Lizard. 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 Wait. One of those is not the same. Okay, we made it. Only have 155 hit points left, but you know. We'll get through back to here easier after this first try anyway, because the magic will have respawned. And I could have just reloaded the game, but you know. It's more fair to go and end up get. The Reapers are green this time. Why are they different? They were blue when we were here before. Why are they green now? Help, things have changed. Oh my god. Oh, this is a can't attack version of disorder. No, 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 no. No, you. Oh, and I can't stop running too. We are so fucked. I need to. This is what I'm gonna have to do, is just like bait a couple of them around a corner at a time. Because there's not a spawner there, so I can actually like clear this that way. Or not. I was a little too slow. The fact that there was different enemies in there than were there the first time, though. They might be responding to me actually having more crystals. Fascinating. It's also worth considering that we may hit a point where I can't get any stronger outside of getting more health. Because we already have the second best wand and the second best armor. Maybe we don't go to Waterworld. Though this way was a nightmare. This is where the blue lizards were. Or wasn't it? Or were the blue lizards over here? No, I think the blue lizards were over here in Birdland. We can try this again. These are slightly easier to get through. Sounds good, Jay. It's always good to see you. You have a good night. I will endeavor to acquire all the wizard swag. Yeah, these are definitely doing less damage than the lizards and such were too, so I think this might be the better direction. Even if the ice dungeon seems like it'll be much worse to deal with. I think this one was the one that led to the ice dungeon. So I think left-hand side was ice and samurai, bottom was desert and we don't know, which means probably mountain. And then right was medieval and ocean. Assuming that the place full of reapers and bullets is ocean, that is. Ocean and mountain could be interchangeable currently. We have a lot more hit points and a lot more armor than we had when we walked over this way before, so hopefully that'll make this all work out just fine. remember if we had the better wand when I was trying to break into other places or not. I feel like that's why I went to the other places. There we go, we're back in cold. And this is why the armor mattered here, though, is the situations like them spawning the snowflakes on my head. Just remember, don't walk down the middle. Walk down the middle, you're gonna have a bad day. We got lots of magic now. Oh, right, that was the don't go too fast one. Since we have a bunch of charges of magic, it makes sense to just cook through these snowflakes. And another key. Ow, that one was unavoidable. Ow, so was that one. I mean, technically they would be avoidable, but effort. We're not taking that much damage, so I'm not that concerned about it. Now I need to go back up and over to the other one, I presume. Is now this has a keyhole. Yep, figured. Hey, I wonder what we're gonna have happen here. More snowflakes. Blizzard, 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 blizzard. The treasure chests seem really out of place in here. Ow, my face. Okay, can't go that way. Okay, now the middle is the right answer to avoid the split shots. Oh, they're green now. Burn the green snow. That's weird. It's really just like a step away from yellow snow. This up. This place isn't as bad as it seemed initially, now that we're not, like, in constant danger walking around in here. I say as I nearly get shredded by an army of snowflakes once again. But at least the mechanic is straightforward. Well, ignoring the fact that it quite literally isn't because you have to backtrack, but shh, don't worry about that part. That part's not important. Yeah, if we didn't have the armor upgrade we have, we would have died a long time ago. The amount of just instant swarming happening here is absurd. Good thing we have 2 food potions, otherwise we would have been SOL, because I just realized we were down to single digit. Oh, not single digit, double digit food. What's going on here? I shouldn't have freed it. It was going in a loop that would have trapped itself. I should have just let it happen. Is it? Okay, yeah, it's trapped itself again. Is that a good thing? Should I have let it trap itself? Don't understand what I do here. I'm gonna assume I just break all of these and we win. Oh, nope, it broke free. Aha! I had to break the one at the end. Okay. Well, let's clean all this up, as I assume I'm gonna be attacked again. Actually, maybe leaving that would have been a better idea. Holy shit! That's not snowflakes, that's not snowflakes! Ah! Okay, we're fine. Everything is okay. That was just horrifying for a moment. Also, I'm gonna put a flashing light warning on screen now because this place is flickering weirdly, and I don't like it. I don't know if it'll play havoc with anybody's eyes, so I'm just gonna put that there just in case. 'Cause it seems bad. It's running away. No. Okay, you went right back into the corner. Sure. There we go. Yeah, leave myself some cover this time, now that I know about what I'm getting into with that. Grab the key. Put it in the lock. Oh, there's the third one. This is so gonna go poorly for me. Holy shit. Okay, break through the worst of them, then run to one side so you can only be attacked from 3 directions. I'm so glad I had so much magic for this. If I didn't have magic, I think we'd be in trouble right about now. As I've said many a time before, that's a lot of keys. We actually have max keys suddenly. Incredible. Oh, and we need them. Ding, 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 ding. We actually need more than the amount of keys you can carry. What the fuck is this? Why set up a thing where you need 10 keys? Why are you like this? Don't you at me about that. I know I just fed you, but shush. What's the over-under on that big crystal thing up there being the boss? Let me go out on a limb and say it's probably exactly what that is. Huh, we got snowflakes dropping treasure chests now. What's going on in this cartoon? The last one just keeps dropping treasure, and you know what? I wish they were doing that all the time. In all the other dungeons. Rather than all those spawners I kept having to deal with. You know, Amazon, I don't think you have in fact found something I like. You usually don't. Especially since you cost me money all the time. Oh, down the hole we go. Now, hey, speaking of spawners, we've gone back to normal gameplay now instead of all the shenanigans that were happening in here before. I'll be honest, I think I would have rather stay with the shenanigans. Defense up, okay. Arguably would have rathered like speed or magic up, since those are lower stats, but you know, it's fine. These guys hit hard. Even with the slight increase to defense we just got, they hit pretty hard. Thankfully there's only... never mind. I was gonna say thankfully there's only a handful of them, and then I looked over there, and that's a lot. That's a lot right there. No, never mind. That's a lot. How about we just do this? How about we just burn the lot of you? While I don't have to deal with you. Not that I can burn all of them, because they have too much health for that, apparently, but I've reduced the amount of them that there is. Which may very well prove to be important. Because they're guarding the way down. And I assume that's an important way down, considering how heavily guarded it is. Oh, so you're saying the ones I cleared is pointless because I'm gonna end up resetting them by going up this... Well, never mind. Yay for me. Really use something other than gold right about now, game. Like, I appreciate all the gold, don't get me wrong, but I have an empty bag right now because you've given me nothing but gold, basically, in this entire dungeon. Would you give me something else? Like, I don't know, an escape wing for when I invariably start starving because you've given me no more food? Or perhaps a heal, considering these guys are destroying me. No? Can't have that either? Can't have shit in Iceland. Nope, time for the slow play here. Because I don't have a choice. If I try to do the fast play, we will die. And then all of this work in here will have been for naught. It still might end up being for naught. But, you know, I gotta try. Like, it's the classic, you gotta put in a good faith effort scenario here. Also, these big guys are worth 1 experience each, I would like to point out, because I'm pretty sure everything in this game is worth 1 experience. I was trying to pull the second one and ended up getting hurt for it. My god, still only money. Why? So this place has, like, no gimmick or anything anymore. It's just pure pain. Just money still. And I burnt my last charge of magic, so, Oh, it's a dark room. Great. Oh, it's flickering. I'm so glad I put a flashing light warning on. Is this... Oh, God. That dungeon sucks. That dungeon really sucks. Tell you what, with the magic we have, we're gonna go try to get into the place we couldn't reach before, and then I think we're gonna wrap up. If the ice dungeon's where I have to go next, I don't know if I want to go anymore. That dungeon kind of blows. It's either that or I somehow try to, like, find a way to save that place for last. Which would be entirely possible. In theory. I just need to manage to get through these other 2 places. Wow, I burned so much health just trying to get rid of those guys. I'm trying to get rid of them so that I don't have to worry about them on the way back. But we've already kind of proven that that's not true, so I don't even know why I'm bothering. I tried to minimize the floor damage, and instead all I did was get myself trapped. And then there's these jerks. Which I still have 1 spell left for, at least, so we might be able to get through and to see what this place looks like. Oh, right, except there's more acid floor, because there always is more acid floor. And I have to fight them while standing in it. We're dead. Jesus Christ. They thought that was okay, huh? They thought that was acceptable. So that reads to me as one of 2 things. Either that's a raw HP check, or you genuinely need to have, like, the best things to be able to get through there. I'm gonna test something, because I feel like something weird's happened here. I'm gonna exit out completely. Load that save. Yeah, it doesn't store your spells. That's why they give you 4 every time. Is they know you can't stack them by just saving and loading. Okay. I thought so, because I was like, didn't I save with 4 spells loaded? The answer was I did, but I wasn't allowed to keep them. Okay, let's take another swing at the water/mountain question mark zone over here on the right then, and then we'll wrap up after trying that. So if I can get over here with more health, I think we might actually be able to make this place work. And it may be less painful than the ice dungeon is. Just gotta work my way back through the orange orcs here. Thankfully, they happen to position themselves at the wrong end of a choke point. Because it makes sense, because if you could only attack in melee at the very least, it makes sense. Because then that bridge would prevent you from being able to get at their spawners, but since we have range, and every character in this game has range, the bridge actually works against them instead of for them. Now, I will say, I'm not going to remove this game from the potential options to beat. We're just not beating it today based on how that dungeon was. That seems like a I do not want scenario. Power my way through this slot. I would like to save a couple shots of magic for when we get in there too, to clear the damn Reapers. But I need to use at least one to get past the lizards with more of my health intact. So I'm only gonna have the one blast, I guess, for the pile of Reapers in that one hallway. There we go. Yeah, because the massive lizards is where it's an issue. Once you break past that, it's not too bad. I'm just not even gonna break these rocks this time. Nuts to it. Now they're purple. Do they just, like, have random colors? If so, that's actually kind of neat. So they seem faster when they're purple. Wait. Does this place change? Because I feel like this wasn't a teleporter maze before. What is this place? Why is this place weird? Because we've had 3 different realities in there now. Is we had the version of it with the blue Reapers that weren't so bad. They were kind of slow, kind of non-issue. Then we had the green Reapers, which were really durable and just ripped me apart. And now we had the purple Reapers that were really fast. And a teleport maze. Huh. Part of me really wants to figure out what that's all about, but we're 5.5 hours in and I am cooked. I'm not even sure. Okay, no, that's definitely the mountain. The place that we just died in, that's definitely the mountain. The thing is, even the manual describes it as hordes of blue Grim Reapers. But we've seen green and purple ones on the first floor now. What the fuck? Either way, though, that is definitely all I have in me for that. Let's find us somewhere to go. After I got my ass beat. We did way better than I expected to. I genuinely never even expected to get through 3 dungeons. Like, we're officially farther than I've ever been that I can think of when I played this game. Which gives me hope for actually be trying to push through and finishing it at some other point in time. In case the saving does a weird, I'm also gonna put down a safety save state on this screen. Which that was also something I had started to consider doing for running back through those, by the way, was putting down a save state so we'd actually get through. And part of me would be curious to, like, put a save state down before I go into the mountain and see if it just keeps changing every time I go in. Because I don't think it's based on breaking the rocks, because we broke 3 rocks the first 2 times and no rocks the last time. So you would think I would have had the same reality the first 2 times if it was based on breaking rocks. I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Very weird situation to find yourself in. I have a lot of options on right now. Let me go do some spying to see what their situations are, and then we'll go or not go dependent on that. How far along are you? Thanks, Twitch. Thanks for the ads. That's clearly what I want to see right now. Okay, you actually have, like, a lot going on. Maybe not. Where are you at and what are you doing? Or I'm just gonna get hit with ads everywhere I fucking go. Do I actually even know you, or did I pick you up from somebody else? I think I picked you up through somebody else. I don't recognize any of that. I'll think about that one. If I don't pick somebody else, we may still go there. But I unfortunately have too many options to just immediately snap decision. I'll give you guys audio back for the moment, because it might take me a second to make a decision. Not that there's a lot of audio to have, but something to listen to when I invariably shut down completely trying to make a decision. Which I probably should talk schedule and such in the meanwhile, while I figure out where we're going and what we're doing. Let's see, today's Saturday, so next stream will be Monday, which will be more Dark Cloud 2. More than likely finishing that between Monday and Tuesday, as I've mentioned before. Thursday, let's see. Thursday will be the 11th. We may actually have a collab that day, because something we've played before not too long ago got an update. Just a matter of making sure to arrange everybody actually being able to be there to do it. Define, which will define whether that happens or not. Not basically. And then Friday of next week, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Ditto with Saturday. Depends on whether the 12 Days of Drachmas actually ends up happening or not. Which is currently looking like it won't. Is unless I start getting a serious reaction, we're gonna run out of days that I can stream between now and Christmas to be able to run an event like that. So that's gonna be a thing. We're playing Prime 4 and I don't want to see that game yet, so that's a no. I might be cycling back to my first choice. Okay, so we rated you recently, I don't even know who you are. Probably another one I picked up through somebody else. Gonna do one last batch of spying and then we'll head out. You have shared chat going and it is a lot, but yeah, that'll work out just fine. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We'll go see Killer Kawasu, who is a friend, and she's playing Peak right now, so that'll be good fun for everybody to watch and have a good laugh at. We already talked schedule, so we don't need to go back over that again. Yeah, I won't see y'all till Monday, like I said. Thank you all for your time. I'm looping again. Be good to Killa, she's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.